Oh,
Hello.
how's it going? Oh.
Oh wow.
That's
There's so
many
much.
Wow, okay. Hello.
13 months.
Yeah. That's like
Jesus
over a
Christ,
year.
Correct.
Damn.
What the hell, man?
I'm
Imagine.
glad
Um,
Clue finally learned how many months are in a year.
Yeah. It's 13 minus 1, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm just gonna...
Back at it again in the untamed wilderness, searching for my lost wife Orezu. Alright. I'm excited. I love this game.
yeah.
It's a good
It's a
fucking
video
video game.
I'm gonna unmute the stream for a moment so I can check how our volume levels are.
Oh, good call. I actually had something in the works. I wanna...
Oh?
No, I'm gonna... Go here for a sec.
Hmm?
Give me a sec.
She vanished.
Oh my god.
No!
They
I'm
took her
dead.
away.
She's gone!
It's so fucked up.
They just snapped her out of existence.
Oh my god. I can't believe Dobby's dead.
Raptured. Dares your double.
If this is, I thought for a second she was gonna, with the way she's moving the windows around, I thought she was gonna slide up from the. Ah, there she is. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Hey.
Ooh.
Aw,
Yeah.
she's
Hey.
here.
Yeah. Ta-da!
Thank God she's back. I was really
Tail.
worried.
Hey, new model.
Oh my god, that tail. So
That's really
cute.
cute. Can wag
This is
tail.
excellent.
Just move it back and forth, the tail just go ham.
Ooh, ooh.
Much like a real cat's tail, it doesn't quite know what to do with it.
We also have
This
a...
is cute.
Ooh.
Ooh, fancy.
Ooh, woo.
Oh,
no.
Fun!
Now the big question is, did you import the pet hand?
I think that's just a... Ooh, I think that's just a default thing in VTube Studio.
Really?
That's amazing.
Oh my god,
I love that.
Oh my god, that's really good. Dragging it off to the side, implying that
Just
they're just
petting
going to pick someone
nothing.
else up. This is very cute.
Oh, I'm in the wrong
Right, now
place
we gotta
now.
figure out how.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay.
This is gonna get a little bit, take a little bit of getting used to.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll work. I need to actually switch over. Okay. Right.
All right,
Okay.
cool.
Oh, that's oh, my controller turned off.
Perfect.
We spent so much time admiring your new VTuber avatar.
Come on.
Very cute, by the way.
Yes, very, very cute.
Quite happy with how it turned out. Here we are. Right. I'm gonna go find Arceus.
Yeah.
Woo!
Mass outbreaks.
It's scary.
D-
Sure hope
deer.
we don't run into that.
A lot of deer.
What a deer.
Fuck bound.
You
You still got the border on OBS on your character.
Yeah.
It's to make sure we all look at her.
It's like the clickbait arrows on fucking YouTube thumbnails.
Yeah.
Right.
Bear. Bears.
Looking for the blue one, isn't it? You want?
Yes.
Like Ursaluna's design. Something
Ursaluna's
about its
design-
face is very dopey looking,
know,
which I'm
I
a big
love
fan of.
Okay.
He's
So,
so
okay.
goofy.
Okay. Ursaluna, if I have one problem with its design, and that is its eyebrows. It's very clever that they make them the
Eyebrows!
clouds on the moon, but on the other hand, when you think about them as eyebrows, it's just like, I don't know, like it looks. If you think about them as eyebrows, it looks weird, and it only really bothers me when it's like when it's doing like a big goofy expression where its eyebrows shoot up and like move over the little moon pattern. It's like how does that work? It's just very
Very
strange.
cartoony.
It's very cute. It's very cute and cartoony, but it still just weirds me out just a little bit.
Understandable. I'm just a really big fan of like cartoony designs, especially in
Okay.
Pokemon.
Oh yeah, no, it's fun. It's lots of fun.
I
do
think a
still
lot
it's
of
good design.
Pokemon's. Oh, sorry.
No,
I think a lot of Pokemon's best designs are their more cartoony ones.
Hey!
there she is.
Just chilling out here.
Hey, girl, you good?
She doesn't look good. She's having some
I
trouble.
am, in fact, not good. Hello, Skyla.
My
How did it all go
girl,
with
my leg
Ursaluna?
broke.
Girl help.
Calm him down.
Wow, you really are strong. But how'd you find me all the way out here?
You won't believe
Dude.
it. But
From
Arceus
the
gave me this
potato
thing with like a
mochi.
quest marker.
No, actually, the quest mark. This time it wasn't a present from a god. It was a present from a bear. The bear lent
Luna.
us his scent of smell.
He tracked me all the way here by the scent of those potato mochi I ate?
Muppet mouth hanging open.
That Ursaluna sure is something. I know he's descended from one of the Pokemon that were blessed by Almighty Sinnoh, but still, wow!
Wrong nose.
She just ate
My-
a shitload of potato mochi, so it's a really strong scent.
My luck's run out, though, as you can most likely tell. Got chased by a Pokemon and sprained my ankle pretty bad as I was running away. It's almost like the world wants to punish me. Now it's raining and I'm stuck in it.
Oh.
Ah, there you are. Arazu, right?
Ah, I love this old woman.
You come to laugh at me? Yes, I came to laugh at you.
Eh?
But the least I can do is bandage your ankle while I'm laughing at you.
Mr. Scalaba! I didn't...
I owe you an apology. I treated you with disrespect, thinking you were just some whelp from the Diamond Clan. I'm sorry for that. I should have treated you better.
Wait, but...
It's not your fault that Lilligant became frenzied, nor that my Ursaluna was so enraged. You were trying to help them both, weren't you? I didn't even have the courtesy to listen to you. You'd think someone who's lived as long as I would be more patient.
It's okay. I didn't do a good job explaining myself either.
Gotta be honest, I don't think I've ever met an old person that was patient.
That is one
I've
of my
got so
favorite
much time
things.
left. Can't waste it.
One of my favorite things in fiction with old characters where they have those kind of things where it's like they visibly like they're resistant to this change, and then they're just like, no, actually that's really stupid. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I can be buried in the time, like, you know, whatever. It's cool. It's fun narrative.
Ursaluna only started acting weird after he got too close to Lilligant and smelled her perfume. She was already
He was
frenzied by that
allergic.
point, so I'm sure that's what caused it.
That explains the strange powder I found on Ursaluna. Must have been powder from Lilligant.
Ursaluna, but in order to cross the Crimson Mirelands, we're going to have to go through the perfume department.
It's all the work of the notorious bandit, Calvin Klein. What happened to your leg, dear?
I was gathering ingredients to make balms, but I fell and sprained my ankle. See, the reason I went to Jubilife was to get help for Ursaluna and also learn about crafting. But while I was there, I bumped into Professor Laventon, and he told me about the bombs you used to quell Cleaver.
I thought you said bombs for a second.
They're
I
pronounced
lowered
the
that button up.
same.
I would
So-
probably be pretty calmed if someone threw some bombs at me. Like, I'd to get me to back off real quick.
Can't be frenzied when you're dead.
So, I thought I'd make some for Lilligant using her favorite foods.
Get me frenzied when you're dead. That just clicked.
So true.
People die when they were
Galaxy-
killed.
You Galaxy people know all sorts of things. I'd like to learn more, even more from you, really.
Galaxy people.
Oh, hey.
Well then, we better take care of our lead and get this mess resolved first.
Where did you come from?
Just came here on a walk.
Adamant.
What were you thinking doing all this yourself? Do you think I couldn't help you? No one blame you for thinking so. How much of a leader am I? Never even seen Almighty Sinnoh with my own eyes.
Which is the prerequisite to being a leader.
I failed to imagine that Lilligant might have become frenzied too. Can't be a boss if you haven't seen God, you know.
You gotta have some kind of divine inspiration.
Yeah. God needs to choose you personally.
I'll take the bombs that Arceus made and meet you at Bravo Arena. Don't worry, Arceus. Skylar will come Lilligant, and that'll be that. Things should settle down. Get to Bravo Arena, Skylar. That's where Lilligant's seat lies. Arceus will be taken care of. My dear Barbarella and I will make sure she reaches her lady.
I really like the idea of Arezu just like riding on Babarrel's back. Babarrel was so cute, honestly.
Very
Yeah.
dopey.
Look at his silly little face.
Did you know that there's there are
just a second.
gender differences between Bidoof and Bibarel, and then it's just
Yeah,
It's the
most
slightest
Gen
thing.
4 Pokemon have incredibly slight
Yeah.
differences.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's just very like if you look at it in this particular Pokedex,
Hey,
because in-
Dubby, that rock
Yeah?
is cracked.
Yeah.
you need to have some kind of hidden move. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? That move wasn't hidden at all. That was like right out in the open.
I learned about that by accident with the Togepi.
Baby punches giant rock. I'm really fucking aggressive today.
Yeah. That's some ways we're gonna go.
Can't hurt to just fuck around and see the sights. Especially since
Okay.
at least two characters are voiced by Dragoni, and Dragoni's not here right now, so taking our time can't hurt.
Oh. Uh. Without being spotted. a bit late for that.
Just throw some mud in its face, like it's the Safari Zone.
Ooh.
Let's see if it can use X scissor. No.
Keep switching out Pokemon until it dies.
Best
Could do
plan.
that. By switching board.
I love Borb.
More.
The board.
Or
Girl, come on!
does not want to stay in the ball.
X scissor. Hmm.
Well, it sure does know Aerial Ace.
I don't know if this one actually knows X Scissor right now.
Maybe not.
Yeah, one does Cricketune learn X Scissor.
Like, I mean, this level isn't exactly unlikely for it to have it. 'cause I
Yeah,
think
I'm
the
just
one that you-
wondering.
Oh yeah. But if you go into the box and you look at its moveset, and it's just right there. It's just exclusively.
It
used
learns
aerials.
it at let me see.
At birth.
X Scissor it learns at 30 actually.
Oh, okay. That makes a fair amount of sense why I wouldn't have it then.
X's is a pretty high level move usually. Not crazy, but not something you'll have at level 18.
Yeah.
Mm. I need that muscle. Oh. Ah. I'm gonna head from here. Alright, how are we gonna that way?
Man, I wish there were a few more settlements.
Mm.
Oh.
Da-da-da-da.
A little dead tree.
It's a very
It
determined
looked like
tree.
it's clipped into the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're very determined to grow on a cliff face, you have to do what must be done.
So
Sometimes that
true.
includes clipping into the wall.
Ooh. Woo.
Touch.
It's always super weird finding these during the day.
I didn't even know they could show up when it wasn't nighttime.
I think it's nice that they tell you exactly how many wisps you have left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the event that you forget what text box popped up the last time you found one, you can just talk to the girl in town.
Yeah.
Ken Penders is out again. I saw.
Yeah.
I He's upset that the movie
Penders.
has Knuckles in it. Pretty much.
Oh, he's upset the movie has echidnas that aren't Knuckles.
Yeah, that's the more accurate way of putting it.
It's still very funny that Ken Penders thinks he owns the concept of
Mhm.
echidnas.
It would be like it would
He
be
owns
really,
the concept of Knuckles having family at all.
it would be really fucking annoying and frustrating if anything of consequence had come of it. But it's not, so it's just kind of funny watching
just
him
old
throw
man yells at
I
clown.
mean, it did indirectly end the Archie comic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to be perfectly honest, when a comic series gets as long in the tooth as that one was, like at some point you kind of need a bit of a reboot to refocus
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah.
So you've come. Think that means you're ready?
Maybe.
I guess.
He's like a zit.
Lady Lilligant's a sight to see, even in her frenzy. Behold her, and be grateful.
Oh, I'll behold her, alright.
I hope we didn't keep you waiting.
Lilligant is hold.
It was one of my poultices to get a razor's leg all patched up. Jalaba, ma'am, I'm deeply sorry we've had to lean on your help so much, especially as we're from different clans. Razor tried to solve the whole situation herself. I dare say she bit off more than she could chew and caused some trouble, but her heart was in the right place.
Listen, the Lady of the Ridge, Lilligant, is like a dancer. Always in motion, always darting about. You'll want to watch her real close and learn how to dodge your moves.
That's right. If you keep on dodging, she might get tired out, and that'll be your opening. That's when you can bring out your own Pokemon and prove your might. Don't let me down.
Okay.
Same as last time, basically.
Do not die.
Ah, that's a tall order.
I will admit, this is the only noble in the game besides the final one that I actually did die to.
I was about to say, I'll wait until after this
Leg.
Leggy.
Liggy.
Hisui and Lilligant is so cute.
Hello, ma'am. Can I offer you a dance?
Hey, Clueless, you want to share with the class what your in work in progress title for this stream was going to be?
Hey, I didn't come up with that.
You absolutely
smart.
did.
Oh, did I? Oh, well.
It's time for dance to death.
Ran away.
Coward!
Ooh, that's a shockwave.
Yeah.
So, while Mush said this is one of the only nobles that they died to, I actually beat Arceus. Yeah, I beat Lilligant. Look, I'm thinking about.
Got a broken leg. Don't fight a Razor.
Look, if you want to back me into this corner, I'm gonna go for the joke. Look, I was thinking about things with good legs. There, I can do the joke for you now. Leave me alone. Anyway, this is the only noble that I actually beat without going into a Pokemon battle. I just kept throwing bombs at her, and it worked. I never actually entered a battle with her. Every other one.
Okay, brother.
Oh god.
No, Grete, you poor thing. Chili flake.
Annihilated.
Yeah. I forget what Lilligant is in this game. Is it part fighting or something?
I believe so. Grass fighting.
Yeah, if you hit the plus button, you should be able to see the bio for it, so you can learn its type.
Yeah. Do we have any flying types? Oh, we have
Yeah.
Dartrit.
Devore.
That would be good. That quadruple
Grass
weakness.
Yeah, I was trying to play coy until it showed up, but on the other hand, Lilligant doesn't get
Or we can just do
fighting
that.
moves for a little bit. Did you know that depending on the color of the music note that comes off of Lilligant when she does her attacks, it means that there was a different composer behind?
Yeah, that's the one that got me.
This quality joke is brought to you by Clueless Learns Kirby trivia from gaming videos.
Still gotta get caught up on those. The
Good.
finale's
Ooh,
coming
okay.
out in like 2 days.
Right, focus. Right.
Lock on.
Z targeting.
What's that?
Ooh.
What? Invincibility frames!
Yeah.
Lilligant gets stunned
Stop
by stomping the
into
ground too hard. Now, do you kind of see how I was able to clear this fight without going into battle once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It took me. I did bonk. I don't remember if I was defeated at any point. I think I might have been.
Honestly, you can just
What?
throw bombs at this point.
Fight!
You have to throw a bomb to like finish it off, finish them off. But you can going into battle as a, you know, not. It's not like it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh, she does have a fighting move.
Right.
So
Let's get the rock
like-
slashes fighting,
yeah,
not rock
especially
type.
with the animation where it shows a giant rock appear. Also, the every new Hisui form has a signature move, and Lilligant's is a fighting type move, but it is not an offense move, which is why I was thinking that we weren't going to see it. That wasn't going to show us what its type is, because typing of a status move typically doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's cute.
She's cute. She's also large and can kick your ass.
She's not that.
Love
she's
her
not-
for that.
Stone
Taller
tablet
than
infused
you
with
are,
the
but-
essence of plants.
Hey, thank you. You didn't just save Lilligant. You saved Arceus as well. I appreciate it.
First Ursaluna, and now Lilligant. You're amazing, you know that?
Oh yeah, man, I know.
Being all frenzy didn't suit Lilligant one bit. I'm so happy she's back to her graceful self.
Arceus, you still owe someone an apology.
Huh?
Oh, don't worry about it. A young one like her is bound to get caught up in some trouble from time to time.
Okay, thanks.
Remember what's written in the Celestian ruins? All lives touch other lives to create something anew and alive.
You know what is written in the Celestian ruins? Fuck around and find out. That's what young people should do.
There's wisdom in those words. I imagine they're the teachings of Almighty Sinnoh itself. Of course, I'd completely forgotten about them until a certain somebody helped me remember. We owe you one, ma'am. Don't try to solve everything by yourself, Arezu. You're a warden. Of all people, we should know how to stand in solidarity with others. It's our job to stand side by side with Pokemon. After all,
So true.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Well, I can hardly start yelling at you now after Caliber wrapped all that up so nicely.
She
That's one more
reprimanded
thing,
you through
Razor.
guilt.
I know you were trying to do what you thought was right, and I approve of that. From now on, do it without keeping things from me. Agreed?
Yeah.
Other than that, no need to change a thing. Except maybe I put in some training. If anything else happens to Lilligant, I need you ready to protect her like the warden you are.
I understand.
Let's work together from now on and keep the Mineland safe, Arazu. I'll be sure to inform Irida that both the Diamond Clan and Galaxy Team helped save Ursaluna. You did well, Skylar. All our different groups finally joined hands to work together today. I admit it was a fun day for me, but now it's about time I be on my way. Listen, you know me. I'm Adamant, leader of the Diamond Clan, and I worship Almighty Sinnoh, ruler of time.
Which is
What
why
kind
I
of
had that pause
introduction is
there
that?
for dramatic time.
Time is all about change, and we can't live in fear of that. We can only try to help the time we live in change for the better.
So true.
Something tells me helping you folks out will help me do that. I'm looking forward to it.
Mushroom?
Thank you for everything, Skyla. I think I'll stay and talk to Lilligant for a while. What happened, Lilligant? How did kind-hearted Pokemon like you end up all frenzied, huh? Oh, it's not like I'm perfect. I hid things and lied and couldn't even keep you safe. I'm real sorry about everything.
Hooray!
Yay!
Hey, now that
Yay.
it's over, I can.
take place at sunset was pretty cool.
Yeah. And now that the cutscene's over, I can do this and see if it goes through.
Yeah.
Okay, so it went through for you, but we just can't hear it on Parsec for whatever reason.
Gotcha.
Oh. Oh right, yeah.
very-
Because
Whatever it was, I'm sure it was really funny.
It was,
was wow.
the wow Sonic
Wow.
Wave shield noise, or double shield noise.
yeah, it's a sound audio device nonsense.
Oh yeah, no, sometimes
course.
it's just weird.
Yeah. Okay. Lost that was around this though. What other mission request did I have? Charm.
Ghosts, Three Leaves, Roselia, and Pachirisu.
Yeah, the Bitter Leaves one, you can do that one.
You
I
can do
can-
any of these right now, I think.
Well, I'm more so saying like that one is a quicker than trying to clean, like get the full entry for the other ones. Plus, it's just a really cute area.
Oh, 3 leaves.
I think
Hmm.
you might have. Oh yeah, it's to the east. It's on the other side of the river. Yeah,
this
so it's
river?
on the. Yeah, so it's a Cotton's Edge Prairie, I believe. If you fly, or if you go the long way around, you might. You can pick up. Actually, is that my satchel to the north? I remember
Yeah.
we looked at the satchel list. Yep, that one's mine. But I was like, okay.
Stick a
I
pin
was
in
just
it.
like, huh, there's an unmarked area of the map to the north, and I was like, wait, there's a satchel there too. We can pick that up. Wait, no, that's my satchel. I remember we looked at them last time, and I was like, fuck, that's mine. Oh man. I remember at the beginning of when Saps was playing Kirby and the Forgotten Land, there was a prompt saying like, "Do you want to contribute to online things?" And he was just like, "What does that have impact on?" And then Lunar was just like, "It just submits stats to the thing so that the Wise Waddle D can like say, the total number of players that have done this, and that is 3 billion." Kind of thing, and it's like, oh, that's neat. But when I read it, I was like, it's actually so that you can find the lost satchels of other Kirby players. It's like just straight up like same style of like a including spoiled apricorns. They weren't spoiled, but then we took like 3 weeks to get back to this game.
Alright, points.
I know sometimes you also get items from them, but I don't know what causes that.
Me neither.
Shrouded Ruins. This area is super cool. I don't know why Lickitung shows up at the ancient ruins, but you know what? I'm glad that they've
Hanging
got a passion
out.
for archaeology. Oh my god! Wait, look to your right.
Oh.
There.
Oh, big one.
Oh! Oh! All right. We've got a challenge.
Theoretically
ahead
getting a
of
few
us.
with both of them at the same time.
Try
You will
targeting
die.
them to see what level they are.
Seems like a not great place to be at the moment.
They're too far away. Oh no!
I have never seen someone so scared of a creature so round.
Ooh,
Yep.
52.
Yeah,
What
we're
about
out
the
of
other
here.
one?
Large.
Uh,
The thing is, you have to go past Licky to get to that one.
Let's not.
See, my fear is that you're gonna try going after the other Lickitung just in general, and then it's gonna
Ooh.
act regardless.
Donk.
I just noticed Stubby's face.
Oh.
For some reason, throwing Pokeballs at them without them noticing for Curlia and Ralts in particular feels especially weird because it's just like assaulting a toddler.
Mm. What? What? What do you mean?
Oh, sometimes that happens if you're on a ledge. Don't ask.
They don't want you to start a fight and then halfway across the map, but sometimes the positioning gets messed up.
Yeah. Nice. Obtained 1 Rhinoceroc.
I know that that Gen 1 kind of has a reputation of having like really standard or boring designs compared to later games, but like sometimes the really basic design, some of the really basic designs that they have are really good. Like Rhyhorn and Rhydon, they're just fucking dinosaur made of rocks. Like how is that not the
Rhydon
coolest
is
shit?
the first Pokemon too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like they
they
knew exactly what they were getting into.
into.
It's like they knew exactly what they were getting into. It's like let's design a bunch of fun creatures. Also, holy fuck.
Oh, this is a problem.
Aha!
Ah!
I don't think it's got bulldoze.
It's fine. It's gonna get in the bowl.
It's it. Get in the fucking jar.
Well done.
Nice.
Number of shared type weaknesses in this team right now is a bit of an issue.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
always...
we can work with it. We can work with it.
Why do I always seem to have that problem? Sword cap. Right, we're going down this way, aren't we? Should have some regular revives. Okay, yeah, no.
I like that revives look exactly the same.
Like
They just
some
somehow
weird
managed to
crystal-y thing.
craft them into very specific diamond shapes.
Yeah.
What's this? King's leaf. Right. Ghosts are out.
Oh. What part of the
I'm
map are
fine.
you on specifically right now?
That ghastly shiny?
No.
No.
Shiny
You
gas.
gotta
Ghastly.
putting
Right, yeah.
I thought shiny ghastly was blue fire.
No, it is.
Okay,
That
well,
fire's
that
purple.
ghastly looked blue. Oh.
Or
Or-
fire.
It is very distinctly lighter, though. Like
Okay.
even if,
Yeah.
regardless of whether it's like a purple or a blue, it is
I
still
just,
way
I just
lighter.
looked it up. Shiny Ghastly's orb is bright purple.
Okay.
But the fire is blue, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just imagining a shiny ghastly that's like pastel colors.
Pastel goth ghastly.
I was gonna say, what about a regional form of Gengar that's a fairy type? And I was like, wait, no, that's Clefable. Tangela. Tangela baby. Oh, is that a big Tangela?
Oh.
Yes!
Yeah.
Go for it. Go for it. Come on.
Tango large.
Oh, that seems like the best idea.
I will tell you, this is not a set spawn, which, like, meaning, like, it's not one of the super high level ones. It could still be pretty strong, but it is probably more manageable. Yeah, that's more
43.
manageable than the fucking 52 licky licky, but, like... Oh?
No.
Dang it.
Oh, he's powering up.
God. Oh, fucking course Carnivine's ready to come in for a fight, because the Carnivine's always ready to come in for to fucking kick your ass.
Just looking around. Just watching the fight.
Ah.
Yike.
A single yike. Maybe Luna?
No flying type moves.
Fuck.
And it's also weak to rock.
No, god damn it.
Grass doesn't resist rock, does it?
No, I think
Huh?
Does grass resist rock?
I
the
don't
board
think
would probably
so.
be a better.
Grass resists ground, I think.
Even if it doesn't, Roost could let you land.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, that would work. I thought of using roots like that.
Does it just work straight away? Or...
Grass resists ground and not rock.
Sludge bomb!
Never mind.
Love
That's fair.
it.
going
Fucking
great.
hell.
This is the Pokemon Legends Arceus experience. Getting your ass beat.
Rock. Which
Does Disgruntled have a bug type move?
like. Not a whole lot.
At least the Carnivine has been doing. Oh, never mind. The one as soon as I say it's doing fuck all, it does something.
Come on, Quark. You can't just jinx someone like that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It literally only does something when I say it in.
There's a really good bit from when Team 4 Star they were playing I forget exactly what fight it was, but I know it was like some kind of ridiculous wall in one of the Dragon Ball Budokai games, in one of the campaigns or something like that, and they were having a ridiculous amount of trouble with it, and because the particular mission was you have to beat this fight without getting hit once, like it's an insta-kill type thing, and they were getting super duper far in the fight, and as Takahata 101, the guy best known for doing their Nappa voice and like all that stuff, and like he was just going on this long tirade, like this long story that basically wrapped up in like how joining this little community makes it so much better for him. And then the moment that Grant opened his mouth to say something again, or no, it was Grant that opened his mouth to say something, immediately Kieran gets hit by whoever they're fighting and dies, and it's just, and like the silence that falls over the room before the immediate laughter and Kieran going, "I'm gonna fucking strangle you!" Because literally every time that Grant interrupted the long ass stories before, just like it was working magic. It's like the fucking Aaron against the plant in Battle Kid. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Yeah.
Never mind.
They just comboed Luna to death.
Yep. Oh, Jesus Christ.
This fight is
going
going
great.
For a fucking tank.
Look, Tangle is great.
It's
It
a
is
big
cute.
Tangela.
You're right. It's a big one.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Now all we have to do is survive this fucking carnival.
Now get the hell out of here.
Hate this
Leaving.
fucker. Absolute bastard.
Leaving.
Just book it.
Oh, God.
Big guy.
large.
Hey, let's go after that one too. Let's see what happens.
If you're not currently spotted by
How
anyone,
much
you can
of a
warp
party do we
and
have right now?
fast
Hmm?
travel.
We have most of our party's dead.
I got some revives, it's fine.
Mm. They're just a little beat up. It's still good. Still good.
Okay. What level is this guy?
Strong.
Only 3.
Still a
I
manageable
think that's
level.
the same as the Tangela, actually.
Yeah, still a manageable level. Let's just hope that there's no other Carnivine in the immediate area, because if there are, then they'll just fucking dash over and be like,
Yeah,
"Hey, do you need help?"
What is in front right now? What Pokemon are you sending out?
No, I think she was gonna throw a ball first.
Oh,
Oh,
I just thought, like, get ready ahead of time.
Oh yeah, I figured that's what you meant, but
Yeah.
had ball out, or she had different ball out, not the one with
Different
the Pokemon, whatever.
balls.
Different
Welcome
balls for
back.
different balls. Have you used a stealth spray?
No.
Once it starts eating, you might be able to stealth spray and sneak around it.
Boink.
That might actually be enough.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Oh, but it hasn't seen you, so that means you can try again. Lob
Nice.
another orange berry. Just
This
repeat
is
the
a
process
good
again.
plan.
In my experience, alpha Pokemon generally aren't super keen on distractions like just having you lob.
It makes sense. They don't want you to just trivialize them.
Oh yeah, of course. Oh,
Hey.
Ew.
Nice.
Immediately that other Carnivine's after me.
this is the way of the world. Grolts,
What?
to your right. No, that's Roselia. Never mind. I guess my brain.
We need
filled
one
it.
though, don't we?
Oh yeah, we need to finish the entry portal.
We've done that.
Oh yeah, we did. Okay.
I
So then
thought
all
there
you
was a
need to
side
do is-
quest involving Roselia.
Oh no, there is, but we just need
It's
to finish
completing the
entry.
decks. Yeah.
So
Oh.
then we just need to talk to them.
Right. Where are we at?
Yeah.
You.
Fucking bastard crab.
Why are Paris so fucking aggressive in this game?
You're filled with nothing but hatred.
It feels like it, God.
Those mushrooms are spicy.
Alright, I think it's just a little further south from here.
Oh.
Oh no, space-time distortion.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so I guess it's not the Cotton's Edge Prairie.
FaceTime
the
is
thing-
growing unstable.
Hang on.
What are we looking for again? I forgot
Uh,
already.
I was
Something
trying
with
to
three
play
leaves?
Corey, not spoiled
Which-
surprise.
presume would be
Which quest
oddish.
are we doing? I got distracted by the alphas and forgot what we were looking for at all completely.
The Pokemon
Uh,
with 3 leaves.
Okay.
Yeah. Something.
So, you haven't seen this Pokemon in person yet. But you probably know which one it is. Or you'd know it on sight.
Yeah.
It might be a little further south from here.
Well,
It's Yanma, right?
Yeah.
Yanma, known for having leaves.
The 3 leaves on its head is actually the 3 leaves in its mouth because it was eating its snack.
You just steal its food.
Alright, I guess this isn't the area that I thought it was. But I think there's some stuff to find here. Like Paris, I guess.
more bees. I think I finished. Oh, I
No,
didn't.
not quite.
Whoa, Paris, leave me alone.
Ah!
Where'd it go?
Bitched.
Alright.
I love Combi.
Combi's very good. Very dopey.
Yeah.
It's cute.
What is my, no, that's the wrong button. What am I looking like? Oh, well, that'll do it.
Alright, I am currently trying to check where to get him. Alright, check the map one more time. after catch turtle.
Catch Tort. Tort.
Donk.
Tort.
That's just Paris again.
Not tort, just and just more fucking crabs. Alright, so if you check your map again. Okay, so what I'm
I'm gonna
looking
go
at.
grab some coffee real quick. Be right back.
All right.
So, okay, so the area in question that I was thinking of is not Cotton's Edge Prairie, but it is actually the Holm of Trials. And I got them confused because you can find them both in both locations, but the Holm of Trials is where they appear more frequently, I think.
Right.
So if I had to guess, it would be in the part of the map that you didn't go to. So if you fly back to that one camp, then you might be able to get there a little faster. By
To
leaping
Bogbound?
over the river over and over. Yeah, Bogbound Camp.
Boing.
Oh.
Blues. Oh, we've backed ourselves into plot. Well, you're a real wonder! I saw light disappearing into the space-time rift. Quelled another frenzied Pokemon, have you? We still don't know what's causing the lightning that frenzies these Pokemon. But you just go on rescuing them without even a hint of trepidation. You might even change the entire course of history here in Hisui. I definitely want to be in the good books of someone like that. Let's stay in touch, friend.
Okay.
Cool, thank you. For a split second, with you moving the camera, the base of the flag, or the banner behind Professor Laventon, with the way that you turned it, it made me think that he was T-posing for a second. Also, space-time distortion appeared.
It's over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, where we came from.
We're heading this way.
Yeah, you can use the pin, because that will show up on your map.
Right. Yes. Pin.
Big annoyance with this game compared to, like, Breath of the Wild. You can't transform pins into stamps, like bookmarks, and you can't place them. Oh wait, look at the
Hello.
M. So this is, if you look in the decks, which you don't need to because I have it written down right here. This is M, a tree felled on sludge.
No, it's a
Not that
sludge
one.
mound.
It should be. Oh, I think you passed it. Third column, middle row.
Tree found on
Yep.
sludge.
Mm-hmm.
This is the
I
first
can-
unknown I found, I think.
I think the first one I found was
You only really need Pokeball for these.
Yeah.
They do not
If you
struggle.
hit it, it catches.
The
What?
problem is sometimes
Trouble is
they're in a
hitting it.
really awkward spot.
What?
Hitbox!
Come on.
There we go.
All right, so the other ones that are in this area, within the settlement where time rules, that one is A.
Yeah, we got that
among
one.
Stumps, yeah, among stumps and campfire ashes and fields of gold, which is D, which you also have. Actually, no, I think this one's in a different area. Welcome back.
Hey,
Uh,
got my coffee.
Nice.
Hopefully I can
Enjoy.
stay awake the whole stream.
There is another one in this section of in this map, not necessarily immediately nearby, but where
Well, I did
stones
not put
pile
enough
high
creamer in this.
amid
Oh well.
fog-bound ruins. I've got some creamer for you if you want.
Ah,
We haven't had
thank
this jug in the
you.
fridge
You're the
for, like,
best.
days. Every time we stock up on creamer, it's like, man, this thing looks like it's gonna take forever to run out, and it's like we blink and it's gone.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you use so little, but you use it every day. So
Mhm. Where stones pile high amid fog-bound ruins.
I really like the
Zoom
animation.
gave it
Kinda
shrouded
like
ruins.
poking out the little berries one.
Oh, yeah.
knows where.
Yeah, there's some really good, like little fun puzzles, and it's fun to transcribe what you learn from in-game text, as I learned when doing the Reggie trials on a playground that happened to have a Braille transcription thing on it. So we were just sitting there with our Game Boy in like fall or something like that, just transcribing what the heck they were trying to say.
Damn boy.
That's a good place to cross.
Mario women.
Rat! No, no, not again.
Link, you ain't.
Okay, I'm just gonna walk across the bridge.
I know it's to preserve surfing, but I do wish you could, like, swim.
You can swim like 2 feet.
Yeah, it would really help if there was like a
But I-
visual stamina meter and a way that you could climb out of the water without.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like, I think maybe just a stamina wheel alone
Yeah, just
would be
like I
good.
said,
Like,
a little visual.
it wouldn't
indicator.
replace surfing.
Yeah, it's like how
Yeah.
unless you're a fucking speedrunner that figured out all these weird glitches, swimming in Wind Waker is more so a matter of necessity. Like,
Yeah.
it's never a matter of like you absolutely
don't-
need to do this. It is just
Yeah.
if you're just a little bit away from the island, you can swim to make it. Which, speaking of, because I think you might be able to swim onto land from here, with the way that it's sloped.
Yeah.
A bit of
Oh,
it.
if
Well,
you-
you can, but that's a bit of a gap. I don't know if you can make it that
Well,
far.
No, she can do it.
Before she faded.
No, you can do
Aw.
it. You can definitely do that.
Girl, you are like half a foot away.
Surely it's
It-
shallow enough by that
Put
point.
your hands out.
You know what this reminds me of is Brutal Moose's video on one of the Oregon Trail games. I think it was Oregon Trail 2, where
We should
the-
stream Oregon Trail. Oh my god.
Oh dear.
oh come on,
Oregon like the state or Oregon like the body part?
Oregon, the state. I know-
Oregon, like the Oregon Trail.
Yeah.
I mean, there's games called both. There's a parody
Yes,
of
I know,
Oregon
but I
Trail
was
called
talking about Oregon
Oregon
Trail 2, and Brutal Moose exclusively reviews
Oregon
weird and
Trail
obscure
2.
PC games.
Die
and stuff.
Harder.
But when he reviewed it, there was a preview image of a river that looked like a foot deep tops. And
W, I
then-
think Clueless was bullshitting and we can't
No,
actually make
I
this.
know you can. I've done it. Shut up.
Or maybe we could
Um,
find a narrower spot or a bridge.
Maybe we can just find a different
Or-
way so we don't
or-
spend half an hour here.
Or go to the different places Pokemon show up.
Or
Which
we
is on this
can
side of the
just
river.
go all the way up here.
That's
Look,
some
I
extra
want,
height.
I want her to get to the really pretty area, okay?
I don't think that helped.
I think that might have made it worse. This is like the
This is
spot that I
lies.
remembered. Shut up! I know you can do this. Literally, it's like. Look, if we can weirder like fucking jitter our way up the mountainside, then we can make this fucking leap.
Jumping
So
from
he
out.
says.
Yes.
You keep doing this so you die.
No, you
Uh,
since she's waiting until the damage thing goes away, she won't die. But if she does it too
Yeah.
frequently, like
Infinite
Yeah, no, no.
tries.
yeah. I think
Just
the-
got a double jump.
You've probably
Damn.
gotten around by now.
Yeah. If it weren't for somebody's helpful
Look,
advice.
shut up. I'm trying to save
Around
some
where?
time.
Oh yeah, we saved a lot of fucking time.
Yeah, because there's no fucking way across.
There's no bridge.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, looking at it, this is a bit of a wide area. This might work.
I think that's how you got there the first time. but it is a little bit ways away. If you want to go there, then that's like perfectly reasonable. But like, I just distinctly remember using this specific spot to get there because of how lenient that slope is. Oregon Trail 2, when's the Louisiana Purchase 2 coming? We just buy a whole second set of, a whole second chunk of land of, to the west of California that doesn't actually exist. Also, hi Gomez.
Hey, Gomez.
The reason I brought up Oregon Trail is because there's a bit when Brutal Moose, in Brutal Moose's video of it, where like the video it shows like this the image shows a super shallow river, and then the description said that this and such, like depth 2 feet, speed like 2 miles an hour, and like just really pathetic stats, and then on top of that, the game's description also claimed that this river was extremely treacherous, and that you shouldn't chance forging it or whatever. And then like later and then immediately after trying to cross it, it says that Mary almost drowned, which is really impressive considering that it's like 2 feet of water.
I mean, I've seen versions of that game where it like full on can topple your wagon and lose your entire party in a 2 foot deep
Yes.
river. Yes, Gomez, we called it.
Yes.
These are reasonable things, but also like when they have a photo, like a realistic photo, like an actual image of a river that is barely a river, it's more like a creek, like a super duper shallow thing that you could literally walk through. Like it's the kind of thing that when you're a kid you hop across stones because you don't want to get your shoes wet, but if you were to actually fall into the river it wouldn't be all that bad. Like it's like that. It looked like that kind of thing. Obviously it was bullshit because the visual didn't line up with how the game wanted you to perceive it. But then fucking take more than one picture. Come on.
Big batteries. Wow.
Pushed into the river by a beaver.
What a humiliating way to go.
Oh god, the beaver's still
It's
here.
celebrating. It's running in circles like, ah.
Alright, yeah, I think this is how you made it. The last time.
This is too steep. There's no way up here.
No.
Hmm.
No, I remember you like the map literally showed that it was cleared. I remember you getting there.
Let me get over there and see if I can find a way across the river.
Hmm.
How about there by the satchels? Or was that where the beaver was?
I think
It
that
was
has a
pretty narrow
cliff
there.
facing it.
Hmm. Hard to tell elevation.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to tell, but like if you zoom in super close on the map, you'll see that it's like a separated ridge and it's like raised slightly, but because the edge of the ridge is the same distance is the same edge of the oh, actually.
Hmm.
No.
No?
No?
No, if you boost and jump at the same time, sometimes it can. There you go. Oh, you have to dismount, and then you can kind of walk up the cliff yourself, because Weird Ear has a harder time getting up slopes than you if you just hold the control stick forward gently, because sometimes the game will let you climb up it.
Huh. Whoop. Come on. Come on. No.
Yeah, no, see? Fucking
Man.
goddamn it.
Yeah, I see that we're wasting a lot of time again.
Shut up! We got this! Look, this is part of the experience of Legends Arceus. It's just fucking around.
Is it?
Yeah, literally though. The game is designed to let you fuck around and explore shit.
I am fucking
Like-
around and finding out.
We are doing a lot of finding out.
Hmm. Oop, that's not the dash button. Whoops. Damn it.
Yeah, getting caught on the rock there doesn't help.
I want to go up the rock. Not...
You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna boot up my fucking video game and see if I can do it. And also double check and make sure that's the right fucking spot. Because it'd be really embarrassing if it wasn't.
Come on, come on.
Come on.
No!
No, see, what you gotta do is you gotta, when you get to that, try, if you dismount, sometimes it'll let you do it. And, like, dismount and remount, sometimes it helps.
Okay. Well,
No,
that
oh,
is...
come on! You had it, and then the dismount actually messed you up. God damn it.
Coffee is so.
Oh,
lukewarm.
yes!
Yes!
There you go.
Oh,
What
did
I
we do
fucking
it?
tell
Did we?
ya.
We did it!
Fuck yes. Yeah, I remember you being here. I remember you seeing the big ass frogs.
Yeah. Ooh. Touch.
Nice. There they are.
Evil.
And there they are.
Petty Lola's so cute.
The baby.
They really are.
They're also, despite, you know, just like based on their appearance and like behavior of other similarly proportioned Pokemon, you would think that they'd be really skittish, but I mean, provided that you're not being chased by something else. If you go up to them,
Like this Golduck?
yeah, if you go up to them, sometimes they will just kind of hang out and be like, "Hey, what's up?" Look at the three of them hit! They're in a fucking
So-
friend circle. Ah! This is so
I'd like to
cute.
know a much easier place to find these things.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I already said that there was an easier place to spot them, but they weren't showing up.
Because it was night. They only show up during the day.
Also, because I couldn't, because I saw no visual indicator that that was the correct area.
Boomy.
Whoa!
And a thing. Oh, too bad it's right next to an alpha player.
That's
Do you want to risk it?
Fuck
funny
yes.
looking Sligo.
I didn't know this was where you
Yeah.
find them.
Yeah.
I
Love
did.
Hisuian, Sliggoo.
It's not gonna lie. This is another one of the
Wheel.
reasons I was determined to have W reach this side of the river because it's really cool.
And dragon
Nothing.
babies.
Yeah. They're just as slow to level up as always.
I got one of these things on my team for the first time I came here.
I love Sliggoo just sliding along the bottom of the pond. Like there are a lot of the times where it looks like it's a bit of a visual bug, but other times it literally just it's so fucking funny.
What?
Goo. Goo.
Space time distortion.
Another one?
Yeah. We to be fair, we did spend a lot of time fucking around and finding out.
We did, yeah.
You're welcome for that. Very helpful tip.
So for Ursa's ring.
Oh. I would say that that's close, but considering how we got here.
I mean, it is close if you warp, but then you can't get back here. Also, I'm realizing why it is that I didn't immediately spot spot the area that I was trying to guide W2 earlier, and that's because she was on the wrong side of the fucking cliff. There's a
Oh,
little there's a little meadow of flowers on the other side of the cliff, and but on the side of the cliff that you were on is where Yanma was.
That the problem?
I mean, yeah. Also, the fact that it was nighttime didn't help, but like, but like, she went down on the like she never crossed the little ridge to get to the spot. Like if you look at the map, you might see.
God, that
Like, I can
fucking
try and
Sliggoo
describe
is
it.
in like the worst possible spot.
It really is.
Yeah.
Do you want to try leaping at it with a weird ear over and over again
Oh,
until you land
no.
on that side and then get your ass kicked anyway? Or just throw a rock at it.
across that. That's
Okay, so you
steeper
see where it says Cotton's Edge
shallower
Prairie?
water.
Yeah.
Those cluster of trees right above the word prairie, that is where it
Ah.
is. The place that you were walking was on the other side of the ridge, was to the left of the ridge, or to the west rather, and by extension, and then you just went further south to the Droning Meadow, which is where the Yanma are. So you missed that spot pretty much. And because of that, I thought I was just fucking crazy.
You are.
I mean, yeah, but that particular detail was not wrong.
What's that noise?
I think it's sleeping. Like a snoring noise. I don't think it's this one that's sleeping. I think it's a different Pokemon, but I think it is the snore sound effect.
Oh,
The snooze button.
just that thing about.
Level 50.
Knocks you into the river and drowns you.
Oh, it's
What the
flipped
hell
out.
is it doing?
They have no idea how to navigate corners. They exclusively roll places.
I've never seen that before.
Really? You've
Whoa.
never seen them move?
I mean, this is, I think, the only one in the wild.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Once it gets down the ledge, it's fucking out for blood.
Give me this!
I think you'd probably be safer in the space-time distortion. This is an exaggeration.
Go.
You'd probably die there just as badly as you would die here. Oh, big yawn.
We escaped.
Thank goodness.
Got away safely.
Oh, there it is.
Quick, into the space-time
Well, it's
distortion.
close.
They'll never
Wanna
find us
go?
there.
Would you two stop that?
No.
No.
They're Carnivine. They never stop. They're unrelenting beasts. They're the fucking worst, and I hate them. It's very funny to me that they went from being like a relatively rare spawn exclusively in the Great Marsh, which makes them, pretty rare to see in battle or even just in the wild as a standard encounter.
Fucking Sliggoo's head. Just popping up over the corner.
These are my friends. If you touch
Watching
them,
and
you're dead.
waiting.
I love Lilligant's. Like Lilligant's entire proportions look like they're just a little plush, like a little knit doll.
Yeah.
I don't even think this one's actually scared. I think it's just running around and playing.
They're endangered now.
No, they're baby.
I think they meant Carnivine.
Oh. Yeah, no, they deserve it. They're fucking hostile and strangle the life out of any living creature in the area that is. I don't know. Joke aborted.
I do love Carnivine's dopey face.
They are very goofy.
It's like
Still staring.
Soon.
he's just standing there menacingly.
Same energy as the child outside the house that's on fire, looking at the camera.
Just staring.
Okay. Oh, Gumi.
Ooh, hello.
5, 6, 7.
If you defeat one in battle, that might be. You might get to see it use a couple moves. I thought for a split second that the Alpha Sliggoo was an Alpha Gumi because the way that its head was positioned made it look like it was just the head. And I was like, Alpha Slime.
It is just following.
Fucking watching.
I love they just fucking follow you around. It's so cute.
Oh my
They're
god.
so baby. I wish that there was a prompt to interact with a wild Pokemon like there is when you have your own Pokemon sent out. Or like a way to have your Pokemon interact like with wild Pokemon without immediately entering a battle.
Yeah.
Like not like obviously not as the default toggle, like default throw will immediately be like, hey, I want to befriend this person. And now it's but like that wouldn't work as the default, but it'd be cute and fun.
Who's
You.
Gumi's typing
I
again?
love
Just dragon.
Gumi.
Just dragon.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh,
Okay, goodbye.
He's ditching.
It's remarkably
Later.
fast for a slug.
Yeah, I was just about to remind you they go above the crosshair.
yeah. Nope.
Okay, so there was a stream a while back where I said, did I hear Porygon?
Damn.
And I'm realizing why I thought I heard Porygon. It's because this is technically still, like, it's like approaching dawn, so there's still Ghastly around.
Hmm.
And they're the modified cry that they have whenever they're like yawning or doing something. I don't know. That or it could be the hippopotas or something, because like the way that they altered their cries are similar enough that just hearing it offhand would have made me think about Porygon. And it's not because Porygon are crawling out of the time distortion and coming to kick your ass.
But what if they were?
They
Well,
are,
then
that's
we-
unrelated.
Then we just die.
Catch one more.
Bonk.
Nice. That should do it. No, it's just mud. It's fine.
Couple of mud.
Central full again. God damn it. Okay. Is that it for this area for now?
I mean, that's all the new areas.
We've done a lot.
Yeah, there's not that much to find, but the stuff that you do find is like rare enough that it's like a nice little boon. Because it's a reward for exploring the areas thoroughly before moving on to the next one. Because like, as is, Weirdier, like you can see Stantler a handful of times in the early game, but there is a specific spot that you can get to that is a little bit out of the way, that you can, where you can catch a big Stantler or whatever, or like find Stantler regularly, and it's just out of the way enough that it's not really super common, and for people to use them there, and it's just weird and So like sometimes just poking around and finding things lets you use the cool new Pokemon that they added in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know. My brain is running on fumes right now. I'm gonna need to get a snack.
All right.
Oh yeah, you got
Look at all the goos.
goo.
Oh,
Goo.
This one.
Goo.
Alpha Squirrel, let's go.
That is probably your best chance.
That. There we go.
All right.
Almighty Ursa Ring.
Watch and learn. I love
squirrel
this
is almost as tall as
human-sized
the bear.
squirrel.
Oh, that'd
Ooh.
be a good opener, I think. Baby Doll Eyes and Thunderwave.
Those offensive stats. Maybe I should paralyze first.
Yeah, right, because that'll give you...
That's just counting on things happening.
Oh, it has
Oh!
those.
Oh!
You would think they sent you against it when it has the...
I think that was his plan. He actually dislikes his Pachirisu, and so he wants to show it who's boss without directly attacking
my
it. So he's
God.
trying to traumatize this little bitch.
Jesus.
This man has no heart.
Fucked up.
Yeah. It's some really incredibly fucked up lore. I'm surprised that no one talks about it. Actually, no, it's not surprising. I just made it up. That's why. It's like, fun fact,
Say
what I
that
just
part.
said is bullshit.
It's
just
just
like-
say that part.
That's the nice lore. You back it up with a source.
The source is I made it the fuck up. I love one of my favorite things about that Metal Gear Rising retelling or summary video is that the fucking Senator Armstrong's voice is spot on. But the Raiden voice doesn't, like, they don't even try to make it sound try to sound the same, because his voice in game it sounds like this, really scratchy, and it really wouldn't be sustainable to do for a long form video unless you were a trained voice actor or something. So they just make him speak in a relatively baritone, nice and smooth voice rather than sandpaper. And so he's like, that's a nice
I
source.
think we might need to
whatever.
just let it go. Man, paralysis did not proc even once during that whole thing.
Yeah, no, even if you end up taking too long, it will lose the stat boost.
There we go.
But that might be the
Now
boost
it
that the advantage you might
You haven't even dealt damage to it yet.
Yeah, because it's been beating me up.
What if you use a
feel
quick
like-
style, and then if you get a
Yeah.
second opportunity, second turn in a row, then you use the healing?
Yeah. Well, she's already got 2 in a row now, so she could do it anyway, and then get.
Get it.
You'll get 2.
Let's see how much Spark does.
Yeah.
It's gonna knock it out in
Stab.
one hit, and then we're just gonna feel really silly, aren't we? Nah, I didn't think so.
No.
Still
Well,
paralyzed.
2 more of them.
That's close enough to
Oh, no,
have,
just do a
but
strong
I wonder
style,
if we
yeah.
could just...
Yeah.
Kill.
Big spot.
Misses. No.
I don't think it actually. I don't think the strong style. And no, it does.
We just
I think the strong
pumped
style
that
animation
squirrel
plays.
so full of potions.
Yeah, the real trick to raising a Pachirisu to be nice and strong is to make sure that it doesn't get beat up by a giant fucking bear. What is wrong with you?
He saw the World Championships video.
Yeah,
The
he thought he
Pachirisu
would
took
try it out
down.
on a fucking bear with a Pokemon he just got. I don't remember who voiced this character. Your Pachirisu was so pumped up and eager for battle, it looked like it was fearless.
That's
Are you
not
sure?
the voice.
You're fucking right. You're right. You directed Pachirisu with such a bum.
I like how they all sound exactly the same. That was a good choice.
I guess all the work you Survey Corps members put into learning about Pokemon does pay off. But we won't be outdone. We'll work hard to reach that same level of understanding.
Well, try not to kill your Pachirisu while you do it. Oh, thanks for the dirt, buddy. It's like, here's your reward, and he hands you a
You owe me
a
an
handful
acorn.
of gravel. Which Pokemon will you bring with you?
What do I have? What do you mean I can't put multiple?
It has to be vertically arranged. It's really
Stupid.
annoying. Agree to work for scale when voicing the entire security corps. There are some specific members that will probably be spared, but
No one is safe from the Patrick Warburton.
the burdening is upon us.
There we go. Hey. Alright. Funny Poke.
Did it.
A lot of them are slime.
Woo! Yay! Slime!
That's just what it's
2
like when
ounces.
you go to a mass outbreak. You just get a bunch of the same.
10,000 Pokebucks.
Nice!
Nice. Ah.
Oh.
Wow.
70 points.
Mush?
What's this? You quelled Lady Lilligant? Smashing! Let's head back to the village then. The commander will be wanting a report.
Mushing. Nigel Thornberry.
Yes.
Oh my god, what if we'd given him a Nigel Thornberry voice?
I wouldn't do that to Mush. I think doing that voice for so long would probably kill him. Found her by the scent of my mochi, did you? Of course you did.
That reeks to hell.
Ooh. Ooh.
When you have my level of skill, your handiwork can be recognized from a mile away.
His
Remember to be
baby
thankful for
face coupled with his goatee is
Really
really
good. Remember to be thankful for getting to eat such masterful mochi when you come for dinner later. Because I know you're going to be coming here. You always do that. You just do that yourself. First, don't you owe Kamado a report? Your meal can wait.
strip of seaweed mustache.
It's like a little piece of green tape.
His
Yeah,
goatee is
it
great,
looks
but
like
his-
he got something stuck on his face.
Oh, this guy.
Hello?
My wife's Eileen.
Who
cast?
wants Zeke? I don't think I cast him, but I will make a note on the chart now.
There you are! You're the one, right?
Uh.
The one they've all been talking about. The Survey Corps. Kid that's been exploring the Crimson Mirelands.
That's us.
My younger sister Wanda's in the Security Corps, you see, and she went to the Mirelands too. But she never made it back! You managed to track down that Arizu woman on those boggy Mirelands, right? So, could you find my sister Wanda too?
You smell like
You
it.
smell like. What? Oh, you mean you can search by her scent?
You-
Saying this, he
you-
casually
you
threw aside a large
prevent-
rock.
you But no, like at the start of the conversation, he said like you were able to track down the Derizu woman using having Ursaluna
He
track down
didn't know how.
No, didn't he say scent explicitly?
No, he didn't.
Okay, I guess maybe I just misremembered.
Well, maybe the kerchief she usually carries could be of some use.
Very useful that she left that behind.
Ursaluna picked up Wanda's scent.
I'm counting on you. Please find Wanda wherever in the Mirelands she's ended up.
You
She's on
got
the
it,
other side of the
man.
fucking river again. Yeah, so
They really should have added some more bridges if they weren't gonna let you cross the river by swimming.
I mean,
I think that's supposed to be kind of not a late game area, but like
it's incentive to return.
That nostalgic and unmistakable fragrance. If only I could smell it again.
Oh, I know this.
I wonder if the herbs from my home region can be found here in Hisui as well. Oh, you're part of the survey corps, right? Maybe you've seen what I'm looking for. It's an herb that looks like a bluish vine. I've heard it clings to a specific Pokemon.
That one line implies that Tangela naturally might not actually be covered in vines, which means that there is probably some concept artwork of a Tangela without any vines, like there is artwork of Burmy without the like plant cloak and stuff. And I
Native
Work of
Tangela.
Vanillite without its snow.
They just look like Kirby.
Look like blue vines. Hanging off it.
Fragrance,
Makes you really
nostalgia.
wonder.
Always interested in stuff like this, like in ways in which Pokemon are used for like food and stuff.
Well, and it's like, it's kind of like a Slowpoke Tales kind of thing, where like vines very explicitly grow back, and like
Yeah,
the Slowpoke tail.
I just always find it interesting to like hear about how Pokemon
the
are used.
Move the camera.
Just look at it. It's a solid lump of vines. And this aroma. This is the scent I remember.
We were just getting.
Yes. These are the herbs from my home, and there's so many of them.
So normally.
Sounding, it's one of those
No,
alphas.
we even have like
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering why that line didn't come first, considering the camera angle being immediately noticeable. Also, side note: why are their eyes still red?
It's almost like
That doesn't.
all of them took shape and Pokemon themselves. They
Notice.
are still red.
angry.
Huh.
Yeah. Anytime that you catch an alpha Pokemon, the eyes are supposed to go back to normal.
I didn't expect a Pokemon to be so absolutely covered in herbs and vines. Whatever. And are the vines moving? I wonder what the Pokemon itself looks like underneath all those.
This is the first time I've had a close enough look at this thing to be able to see that some of the vines are just textured on. Oh my god! It's so
That's what it's supposed to look like when it's.
It's just staring death at you.
Girl, are you sure you want this one?
Anyway, thank you for finding it. Well, I'm getting a phone call. Someone take over.
Well, I think
well, it's over anyway.
All right, so there's a Twitter account called Peeled Pokemon.
Don't worry, I'm only going to take a little bit of your vines to use as herbs.
Like 70% of Tangela's body mass is vines. I think they can spare to lose a little bit of it.
Oh, I have an idea. If I
And
lived
shave
with a
it like
Pokemon
the
you,
sheep.
I'd be able to enjoy this aroma every day.
And then the Tangela killed her.
So there's a Twitter account called Peeled Pokemon, and I don't really like their edits that much because it doesn't feel like they're peeling them so much as they are removing limbs and making them into like a bean or a slug or whatever like that. And it's like there comes a point where it's not recognizable and it doesn't really make all that much sense. But I've decided I'm now going like some of the like sometimes when they quote unquote peel something, they'll just shave off all of the limbs and make it an orb, and it's like that's not what I want to see. I want to see it without this particular dressing, not like the ones for Cradley and Lily are just literally just the black void with the yellow dots in it. It's like that's not what we're asking for. Kind of thing. Like I don't know. Maybe that's just me expecting something specific out of my memes. Anyway, I bring them up because I'm scrolling back through their posts to see what they did for Tangela, because it's important.
Oh, successfully calmed Lilligant. Excellent. There may well be times when the Galaxy team may be forced to fight against Pokemon, but it is all for the sake of creating a new home for ourselves, free from war and strife. A stranger falls into our world from a rift in space-time.
No one lets it go.
Would you?
And frenzies are induced by strange lightning, which likewise falls from that very same rift.
Even then, I fell from a rift in the sky.
But you have no connection to lightning, isn't that right? We may need to investigate the rift itself to prove your motives are beyond impunging.
Are you suspecting me?
Oh, that's pretty sus.
And you're coming from the same place all the problems are.
There you go, piping hot potato mochi, fresh from the stove.
Thank you, old man.
Now this is the life, eh? Enjoying tasty potato mochi with friends, sharing the latest findings from our Pokemon research, and topping it all off with a good night's sleep.
I wonder if we eat anything besides potato mochi.
Why would you? Truly, who would ask for anything more?
Here it's nice. You gotta keep doing the same thing day after day. Is it really getting us anywhere? Is it a research or with carving out a life here? Oh, right. Have this flashy new recipe, Skyla. It ought to scatter these gloomy thoughts. Interesting that we're going with a Ray has depression arc.
Okay, man. You'll be fine.
Come now, don't worry yourself so, my boy.
That's my job.
As a wise man once said, trust in yourself and you will find your way. These words are worth taking to heart. As long as we truly believe in ourselves, I'm sure we'll even complete that Pokédex of ours someday.
Pokédex. Pokédex.
The next day.
Levinton's voice is really fun.
I love
Yeah.
voice.
Morning, sleepyhead. You'll never guess what. I'm gonna start working at the hairdresser shop.
Hey, congrats.
Now you'll be able to try out my own original hairstyles. Isn't that super exciting? Oh, I'm still gonna be Lilligant's warden and all. I'll be burning the candle at both ends, but I can make it work, don't you worry. Anyway, go on over to the hairdressers when you can, Skyla. I'll give you a killer hairstyle.
I am pleased you have found a worthy success for your establishment, Edith.
Mr. Commodore, sir, so, about that whole Ursaluna situation.
If you are to work here in Jubilife Village, you are family to us, no matter who you are or where you came from.
Remember that
Welcome,
line.
Horatio.
Yeah.
Definitely remember that line.
And you, Skyla. You will come with me
Okay.
to Prelude Beach. We're gonna go build some sandcastles. These people have just arrived here in Isui. They will live together with us in Jubilife Village.
Including the Ginkgo Guild merchant?
I think you might just be talking with them.
When we of the Galaxy team first arrived from this land, we came
The
ashore
Ginkgo
on
Guild
Prelude
just-
Beach.
The Ginkgo Guild called them over and is just like, hey, there's gonna be some newcomers around. Do you want to go and like see if you can take their bags or something like that? Maybe you'll get a tip or something, or just
I was
advertise.
never super clear on that. If the Ginkgo Guild came with the expedition team, or if they were already in Hisui, because it never really seemed.
I
Like,
will-
it seemed like he arrived with this group, but also, I don't know.
will
There's some
look
weird stuff.
into that.
Hmm.
I will double check.
When we of the Galaxy team first arrived in this land, we came on Prelude Beach. So everything began. This is where a new life for all of you will begin as well.
Osley.
We've heard that the Hisui region is inhabited by many powerful and frightening Pokemon.
Like Bidoof.
But we've also heard that the Galaxy team knows a great deal about Pokemon and uses their serious powers to help Jubilife Village grow. Indeed. Both heard correctly. And the reason such tales have reached our ears is largely thanks to Skyla here. One of our Survey Corps recruits. Ignore the fact she's not in uniform. With the combined efforts of all our team members, let us continue to develop our village and thrive here in the Hisui region.
We look forward to doing our part, Commander.
Good news, I found peeled Tangela.
Nice.
It's a Bob-omb!
The advancement of our understanding of Pokemon, thanks to the Survey Corps, has settled on us. Here's something about a Tangela. Has expanded the area that we can operate safely.
You put the Alpha Tangela on your team and just use that as the image instead. Unrelated, but next week is Easter.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Chat can't see that. Your timing
I'm
doesn't
sharing
work.
the link with them now.
Egg.
Oh god, next week is Easter. What the hell?
Egg baby. Anyway, back to plot. And serious.
Who
moment.
needs it? We have
Expanded the area
peeled
that we can operate
Tangela.
safely. This is what allows us to welcome in newcomers like them. Skyla, you truly do love Pokemon, don't you?
They're alright.
Not really.
Not really.
Pokemon have done grave injury to many of our fellows in the Galaxy team.
I'm suspicious of you for liking them.
And yet you still find love for these creatures in your heart. I suppose it is a necessary quality for one in the Survey Corps. Remember this, though. Pokemon are terrifying creatures. It is imperative that we study them and learn all that we can about them, whether we wish to live alongside them or not. And be warned,
As leader of the Galaxy team, I am prepared to make harsh decisions in order to protect Jubilife Village.
Whoa.
Sorry, I'm dealing with stuff. Uh, excuse me, boss. Rita from the Pearl Clan's here.
Good. I believe I know what she's here about. As for you, Skyla, you should see for yourself how Jubilife Village is changing thanks to the Survey Corps' efforts. Then you will come to my office.
It's quiet here.
It
A little
is.
bit.
Too quiet.
Anyway, I was continuing to look at the peeled Pokemon thing, and the moment that Ray showed up, I had done a quote retweet, adding Disgrunty, and I didn't realize at the exact moment that the tweet was sent, but it was on the different profile. It was on the CATV shitposts thing.
Oh god.
It's not like the CATV shitpost account is exactly official looking by virtue of the fact that it's called CATV shitposts. But like, I didn't want to, so I was trying to undo that and then get the link sent to the right thing. Anyway, it's shroomish and it looks great.
Ah! No!
Yep.
That's a
Yeah.
Kirby enemy.
Green.
That's one of those like fobbies from Earthbound.
Also, the music's changed.
Foppies are purple. Fobbies are orange. Fogies are green.
Borange?
Something like that,
Orange.
yeah. Orange.
It's a very old Earthbound comedy podcast. They recreated the story of the game ad-libbing the whole way through. It's called Fobbies are Orange.
That's really good. I think I don't remember if I assigned a niece to anyone after.
She can just be whoever.
Yeah. She's not super relevant to certain quests, but
Ah, yes.
Hey.
Isn't
oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you go ahead.
there's no mistaking these lovely leaves. This precious darling is the one we need. Now then, Petalum, my dear, would you be so kind as to share a few of your leaves with us?
Hello again, young lady. Did you find the plant I asked you for? The Pokemon?
Oh my,
Like a foot tall, girl. Calm down.
it seems we've been discovered. Petalum here is just sharing its leaves so we can make our medicine, Shinon. No need to panic.
Huh? The medicine ingredients came from this Pokemon the whole time? You know how scared I am of Pokemon? I'm sorry, but I just can't make this medicine anymore. Wow, really, really biased of you. Especially of a literal baby.
Believe
folk-
this bigotry.
This phobia of yours has gone on long enough. Pokemon scare you because you know nothing of them, yes? But your ignorance should worry you far more than the unknown, my dear. The Galaxy team even set up the survey course so we could all learn more about Pokemon. Would you have their efforts go to waste?
I understand what you're saying, but I can't just get over my fear right away. Oh, I guess the Survey Corps works hard out there in the wild too, even if it is scary. Okay, I'll do my best to get over my fear.
You can do it, girl.
I'll start by learning more about this Pokemon and really getting to know it. Baby.
I wish we'd gotten an Alpha Pedulo. I think that would have made this scene a lot
That-
funnier.
Oh my god, you're right. The alpha doesn't. Alphas generally don't change the course of the cutscene all that much, but I've yet
Just
to see
seeing
one that
them
has.
being big right there is
Mhm,
just
makes
funny.
it. Yeah, it makes it worth it. A beautiful rose. Oh my god, there's so many new quests!
Oh, God.
Before we get involved in too many other quests, there is one quest that I think might, be good to do soon. Have you talked with Arizu since, she started working at the hairdresser?
No.
Yeah, well you should try that.
Let's get a new haircut.
Let's get a new do.
Hey there! In the mood for a style change? Great! Come on inside.
Just like real hairdressers, you're not allowed to. You can't. You have to pay, even if you're dissatisfied.
Grab yourself a seat.
Although I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't satisfied by by some of these haircuts. They are very good.
Mm-hmm.
So what'll it be?
What'll it be? So, Tailsy, what'll it be? Survey color style. Put on your little kerchief. Aw.
That's
But
cute.
then you can't wear hat.
We're not wearing one anyway. No, we can be bald. Bald.
Which one of these are new, or are these all the same?
No, there's a couple new ones. I just don't recall which ones
Um,
exactly.
I think the
It's been a while.
tailed in the middle
These
part.
ones.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nice short hairstyles.
There's not a lot
Trunks.
of long hairstyles.
Does the
Yeah.
twin tail one prevent you from wearing a hat?
I think so, yeah.
Huh.
Disappointing.
Eyebrow color.
Make your eyebrows blonde so it looks like you shaved, and then just go up to Siley.
Oh
and
my
then just be
God.
like, look, look, look! I think I did that. So there's a, there's a you can unlock more haircuts in the post game, and one of them is Cyrus's haircut. So I got Cyrus's haircut and dyed it blue, and also went with the no eyebrows look, and it was very funny.
I might go with this side part for a bit.
Yeah,
Okie doke.
I believe there's also some new options at the the hairdressers. Yes, you're at the hairdressers. The fucking clothing store.
Hmm.
You got it, girl. Here goes nothing.
Here goes nothing is not a phrase that fills me with a lot of confidence.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And we're done here. Not a bad look, wouldn't you say? Thanks for coming now. Drop by anytime, you hear? I'll keep polishing my skills.
Hmm. What did
Oh, it's
I-
Stubby.
Yeah, this is Debbie.
There's a Pokemon I think would be perfect inspiration for some new designs. It's a species called Shellos, you see, I've heard it has different forms depending on where it lives, with different coloring too. If I could just compare its different forms, I'm certain I'll be filled with inspiration. Could you show us its different forms? One can be found in the Obsidian Fieldlands, and the other out in the Cobalt Coastlands.
Shellos is so cute.
All right, hot
Styles
take.
and stuff?
Pink Shellos is very cute, and so is blue Shellos, but I hate pink Gastrodon's color scheme.
Get
Oh.
out of here!
Okay, I don't hate it. I just don't like it as much as the really nice blue and green combination that they have for Gastrodon East. The Goomy mask is really cute.
Yeah.
I think at
It
one
looks
point
like an
you can...
emoji.
Fuck, you're right. I think at I think later down the line, you can also get one for Krogunk, which also looks great because he looks so smug.
We can dress up like Benny.
My thought was with the green one and looking like the Pokemon breeders from Gen 3.
Bowler hat.
Bowler hat's pretty great. Honestly, pleasantly surprised at how neutral a lot of the clothing options in this game are.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to say that all of them are fashion statements I want to make, but I have the option to, and that's what counts.
Missing texture.
Yep, that's just the Gmod missing texture. You need to install Counter-Strike Source on your Nintendo Switch. I made that joke last time. The Lilligant one has a really nice color scheme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Action. Crystal tops.
Pokemon bottom. Fancy bottom.
Remember when we were trying to come up with a name for Slow Dancer, the Ponyta? And we were like, Fancy Bottoms. Why didn't we go with Fancy Bottoms or something like that?
No,
forget
here
what
we
the-
go. We can run around in a bowler hat and suit.
Still with the sash, of course. Just looks weird.
It really does.
They haven't
like how you-
invented belts yet.
It's like how every outfit in X and Y has to be like 3/4 sleeves because they have to show off the Mega Bracelet, which pissed me off so much. Not because I don't like the way the Mega Bracelet looks, but because... Or actually, no, it wasn't the Mega Bracelet that did that, because the bracelet was like close enough to the end of your sleeve that you could have full sleeves. It was specifically Sword and Shield that did it, because they had to make sure that the Dynamax band was visible. And I don't remember having a problem with it in Sun and Moon, because the Z bracelet thing, I'm pretty sure that you didn't really have any options for long sleeve shirts to begin with, because you live in fucking Hawaii. But either way, just a minor detail. Oh, good. More drama with Choi and Tao Hua.
Oh, yeah.
This
Choi's
guy
jabroni.
is... Yes. Hang on. Oh, yeah, Dragoni's deafened and muted. Hang on. Let me see.
Hello again! No.
Hello again, valued customer. You've arrived in the nick of time. I'm afraid Tao Hua is refusing to do business with me again. He won't listen to a word I say, so would you try to persuade him for me? Again? I'm sure you'll get somewhere if you bring 3 pop pods as a token of goodwill.
You guys have really got to work out your issues.
Perhaps after this, he'll actually accept me. There's
More
some
new
very
wares.
interesting wording, given the situation. I think Yeah, so pop pods, at a certain point you can get them from the, you can get them from like the store for crafting materials and stuff, but since you haven't gone to the new area yet, I don't think they're available. My man, you can't just say that out loud. Did we assign Miller to anyone? I don't remember.
Probably not.
Nice to
I
see
don't
you
think
again,
we-
Miss Survey Corps. You got great timing as always.
Oh, the little
wanna make-
bow in the back. That's so cute.
Yeah, all the fancy
Yeah.
outfits have that. I want to make the fields even bigger, see, but we don't have enough helpers to keep them watered. If you'd lend us one of your Pokemon that knows a water type move, we'd be grateful. We'd be mighty grateful, even.
Wow, mighty grateful.
The mighty number grateful. Did you bring us a Pokemon? Is
Mighty
that a water-
number grateful.
Check and see if you have
Give
an
you
alpha
one
Pokemon.
of our many Goomy.
Yeah, this would be super helpful for watering the. Yeah, you take this fish that has no water. Oh, or one of our 7,000 weasel.
Finally, a use for all these buoys.
You can swap these Pokemon out later. So if you want to give Bidoof a nice home, or just have him in the box, which is easier. But wait, hang on. There was one. I think there was one that was an alpha that you could get. Is it? Yeah, it
Yes.
is. Big.
You know, I had an Alpha Beaver somewhere.
Yeah. I think I mentioned this last time that we gave him a Pokemon, but you're lending me an alpha. I'm sure it could water the fields nice and fast, but will a mighty thing like this be happy taking orders from the likes of me?
Look at him.
Well, I guess
Look
we'll
at
find
its
out soon
little
enough.
face.
More importantly, well, no, it's not a little face; it's a big face. The whole thing is
Look
the
at
whole
its
thing is
big face.
Your Pokemon should sure be a big help in expanding the fields. Might as well get started. Yeehaw! Wowee! Your Pokemon's an irrigation sensation. Now I'm all pumped up. Sit back. Old Miller's gonna make the fields bigger than ever.
Irrigation.
Oh,
sensation.
Okay, I do actually have to get going now.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
see ya.
And I'm done.
I'll be back in a bit, but it'll be a while.
Okay.
Okay.
Side quest time. And I'm done. You got 3 now.
Is anyone in the next
Next area
story
voiced by
arc? Yeah.
double checking, but I'm pretty sure this is not the casting channel. It's the stream channel. I do it. Yeah, no. So Mush is gonna have a bit of a pause from new characters, but there are some side characters that like NPCs voiced by them. But wait, no,
Okay.
duh, fucking the first character that you interact with when you get into the new area is them. So
Okay,
Uh,
okay. I
side
was just
quest time.
wondering.
that's a fine word. Any crops we plant here will do great, and it's all thanks to you.
Anytime.
We'll keep your Pokemon here to help out at the work the field a little longer. Just give it a holler if you want to swap into different Pokemon or yours to do the watering. Alright. I have a request. Can you go up to the Geodude that you lent them and try swapping it out and see if you have an alpha? Just so that you have a field of alpha Pokemon.
This place? Yes.
Putting its heart and soul into its farm work.
You can swap it into different Pokemon to work the fields. Alright.
See, you've noticed. I noticed.
Crossing our
fuck.
fingers that we got an alpha somewhere.
Stamping the soft earth.
Oh my
Yes.
god. Yes.
Yeah.
Alpha Geodude. Big.
Thank you kindly. Pleasure to have a new farmhand. Actually, is this the same one? Did he just get bigger? Oh, the farm. Glad to have any help you can offer. Good voice.
Big. Alright, where else we can send this? This one.
There's one standing by the cliff. Yeah. or the gate.
What are you doing up here?
Pondering.
Just
Don't you
chilling.
stand?
What a
Don't you
tail.
stand on Hylet? All right, who wants to be Asabe?
Ah, what a remarkable tale that was.
And what a remarkable tale. Sorry, I was reminiscing about a story that I was told once.
I was thinking about Undertale. The Pokemon it belonged to must have been a wee little thing. It was hiding behind some rocks when I found it, with naught but its tail poking out. But it was a tail I'd give anything to see again. What is wrong with you?
Look, if you saw a funky looking animal, wouldn't you want to see it again?
Think you could guess the Pokemon I'm talking about? It's a Glameow. Its tail is elegant and swirly like a spring.
Well, that's
Come show it to me after you catch it, and I'll give you a nice reward. It's obviously a Glameow!
No,
How
yeah,
is it
It's literally one of the first Pokemon you run into in the next area, so even if you didn't get it initially, it's like right the fuck in front of you. I believe he actually has something. I believe he actually has something unique to say if you bring him different Pokemon that don't have the same tail. Like if you give them, if you show them Perugly, he has something unique to say. And I think Finneon actually has something unique to say because it has the butterfly tail. I might be misremembering though.
I love Perugly.
There might just be a different side quest involving Finneon that I'm conflating with it.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh,
Who's
this
dead?
guy. No,
No,
you're
no
so
one yet.
optimistic. Well, do you want to be Floro then, Dragoni?
Why, there isn't one of the youngs in the security car. Good thing you dropped by. I need some help making friends with this Eevee. Think you could lend a hand? Kanala, my granddaughter, brought the little guy home with her the other day. And I want us to be on good terms. But just look at it, there's pure malice in those eyes. It hates me.
It's baby.
I love to imagine that Eevee actually does already like him quite a bit, but he just doesn't understand any kind of Pokemon body language.
After thinking long and hard, I decided the best way to win Eevee over is the old-fashioned way. Through tasty treats.
This guy gets it.
So I'm whipping up a special snack for my hometown. Some of the ingredients for it don't grow near Hisui, but I found a few local berries and things that'll make good enough substitutes.
I hope.
3 stalks of hardy grains, 2 hopo berries, and 1 raspberry is what I need. I'm counting on you.
Do I have those things?
I think you do. Or at least most of them.
Probably.
Maybe not hopo berries, those are one of the things that just kind of...
I
not
think
on you,
she,
at least.
I think she did get some just
Yeah.
recently from finishing a quest. But it got sent to the box because her fucking inventory is full.
As
God, it's on
always.
Bagon, or whatever the hell his name is.
His name is Bagin. Bagon
Yeah.
is Pokemon.
Yeah, I couldn't remember his
Bag
name.
in.
Bag in! God damn it.
Bag in, bag off.
Back out!
Bag in. That's what he says when he's like, bag in is bag out! He says as he flees the battle.
Photography studio.
Hello, Vola.
How this guy? Daggero. What a name. I think I remember
Again
this was...
for lending me a hand with getting that photo of that super duper cute and fluffy Venereal last time, Recruit. Everyone in the village sure loved it.
Everyone loves Baneri, and I'm certain that there will never be some kind of device that people can use to communicate with others long distance that will cause there to be some kind of weird and oddly sexual connection with this Pokemon. That'll never happen.
Of course not.
It's just
But
like,
if there
sir,
isn't,
have you been,
I'll make
sir,
it.
have you been
I
staring
was
into the
hoping-
space-time distortion?
I was hoping I might get your help on another little task, in fact. Could you catch me another Baneri for personal use?
God,
Would you
no.
take a look at
Don't describe it like that. I mean, this is already where the joke has gone, so it's not like it's technically any worse, but hearing it put like that is just... ah!
They're eerie, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't, actually.
That thing was so close, and yet I had no idea it was even there when the photo was being taken. I'm not the
We haven't-
quickest on the uptake, you see. From a
We
shot
haven't
like this, I
invented
can't
flash
even...
photography. So the flash
From a
would have
shot
scared it
like-
off.
From a shot like this, I can't even say with any certainty whether it's a Pokemon or something else entirely. If you recognize that freakish thing in the photo as some Pokemon that truly exists out there in the wild, I'd like to see it. I'd sure love your help on this.
A Pokemon in a nighttime photo.
See, this one took me a little while to do in comparison to the other, because for whatever reason, Duskull is slightly rarer than Dusclops in the area that they're talking about. So like it just took me slightly longer, and it really annoyed me.
What can I help you with?
I didn't do these until like super late because I never actually went into the photo studio.
Oh yeah, because he only starts standing outside to prompt you to take pictures, or prompt you with those quests, unless you go inside and talk with him at least once.
Mhm.
So it's just there's a very solid chance that someone would never see them.
Nope, you don't have them. Dustpool have not shown up yet.
Yeah, they're in the
If
next
you
area.
reckon, I said this already. Get out of here if you don't have the Pokemon I want. Leave!
Go find my fucking skull.
You're wasting my damn time. I'm gonna be right back.
Alright.
All right. I love the Jubilee Village theme so much. Oh, I think that's on the chalkboard.
Hmm.
Hey, you can carry around even more space, and I'm gonna rob you blind. You got more space now. Good work.
Oh no.
He shows you how to fit more stuff in by putting all your money into his wallet.
God damn it.
Grogan's cured of
Grogan's
poison.
cured of poison.
Seems that
Spirit of
Purcell,
poison
the
seems contradictory.
Seems that Purcell, the captain of the medical corps, intends to make some medicine using Krogan's poison. Find out what help she needs. No other orders.
I don't think that we've had to speak to Purcell for a side quest yet, but she is voiced by Debbie.
Oh,
I'm gonna take my healing knife and coat it in curative poison.
She's actually just a ninja that doesn't even realize she's like a sleeper agent. She's just been like she thinks that what she's doing is very specifically healing, but no, it's actually ninja training. You're very tactically murdering these people. I believe Purcell's on the ground floor, not the underground floor. So
She's in this floor, yeah.
yeah. Really awkward that she didn't just make the request in person, and instead walked over to the chalkboard and then stood around in the other room waiting for you to read the chalkboard and then go in to speak with her. Social anxiety is a bitch.
ah, you hear from my request about Krogan? A member of the Diamond Clan told me that it makes medicine by diluting Krogank's poison. Medicine made from Krogank's poison can apparently relieve pain in the lower back. I'd have to have some to give Buck. Poor gentleman's bedridden for back pain.
I'm dying over here.
I know how to make the medicine, so all I need is some help getting my hands on Krogunk poison. Head to the Crimson Mirelands and catch me a Krogunk, would you? I have 2 Krogunk.
Alright. Now, are we all in agreement that Krogunk has the best idle animation of any Pokemon?
Ludicolo.
That's some tough competition, actually.
It's the tail wiggling back and forth.
So this is Krogunk. Got a charming little face, hasn't it? I
A
need a
mischievous smile.
I need a smidgen of your poison, please, Krogunk. Would you be so kind?
Krogunk's face is a face that says, I will cause problems on purpose.
Grunk.
Love its dopey little grin.
It's great.
Thanks very much. Now to whip up that medicine. Ding.
Bing!
There we have it. This ought to be super effective.
It is lethal.
Pokemon come to our aid in surprising ways sometimes, don't they? I bet we'd be able to help an even greater range of people and Pokemon if we could set up some kind of aid facility where Pokemon worked side by side with us.
I love when
So
the game
true.
super lays it on thick. Like, who is this person related to? I have no idea.
Of course, we'll need to learn much more about Pokemon if that's ever to happen. So I don't think the survey calls work will help us in ways people aren't even aware of. Buck?
Sal, my poor back! It's screaming! Hey, Ma, come look at me! I'm screaming over here!
One moment. I've got a medicine that ought to be a great help. Looks like we'll have... Looks like we'll have Buck up on his feet again thanks to you and Krogunk.
Everyone in this town is either Patrick Warburton or from Brooklyn.
Yeah, Shay. That's not Brooklyn, what is that?
That's Italian American, I think. There are so many accents that I know and can mimic to a degree, but I cannot tell you the names of most of them, and it sucks.
Well, it's not. It's the mobster voice. It is associated
Yeah.
with Italy, but the Italian accent is usually more like this kind of thing.
Italian, yes,
This kind of thing
I
is
understand
different
that.
more the mafia, Shay. Like if you
That's
don't,
why-
you wouldn't
that's why I
put
called
like
it-
the owner of a pasta restaurant talking like this, Shay.
Well, yeah, well, that's just the reason
On
I
the
called
day of my
specifically.
daughter's wedding.
You come to me on the day of my daughter is to be wed, and you forgot to bring your plate of spaghetti. Paolo, your spaghetti is so good. This was going to be a perfect wedding, and now it is ruined. Until you run out to the store and get some more.
On this, the day of my daughter's wedding is such a good line to throw into innocuous places.
It is
My-
like it's same energy as on her birthday. Just like completely not even close to the actual event or anything related to, but just being like on her birthday. I can't believe you do this on her birthday. And you have two options in this situation. It is protest and be like, it's not my birthday, or just shut up and take the affection, I guess, for lack of a better word. This is a dumb joke.
I think my
our
favorite of
jokes are
that
dumb.
is just after finishing high school, a bunch of my friends got together and we played Candyland. And I got sent back to the start when I was 2 spaces from the goal. And I threw an exaggerated fit about it. I missed the day of my daughter's wedding.
Oh my god.
On this, the day my daughter is to be married, you send me back in the black pit of licorice.
You send me back to the peppermint woods.
that. Oh man, I fucking had a very specific memory come back to me. I had a Candyland PC game when I was a kid, and like you would go through each of the different areas and stuff, and the specific area at the end of the game, I remember you needed to bring the fudge monster that was like guarding the moat pretty much. You needed to bring him like a candy from basically every area to prove that you had like it's like the badge check in Pokemon. And it's just you needed to give him one piece of candy, and every time he would get like further and further out of the fudge moat thing, and by the end he was just standing on his own feet out of the river. But like before the last one, he would just be like his toes were just in there. It's like, come on, can you take like 2 steps forward? You're like almost there. Come on, please. Whatever. Dumb joke. Dumb.
See, you found
dumb
all the
rep.
ingredients I asked for.
And also info dumped about a weird Candyland game.
3 stalks of hardy grains, 2 apple berries, and 1 raspberry. Yep, they're all here.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh,
You okay down there?
I'm fine.
For sure. Are you happy to give these to me?
Wait.
Wonderful. These look nice and fresh. I'll be cooking, so wait
His
here a while,
face
would you?
is scary.
Ha-ha! I've seen joy again for the first time in decades.
I finally.
I forgot how to smile properly. Okay, they're all done.
It's been so long since my wife died. I haven't smiled since then.
Let's have a taste for giving one to Evie, shall we?
Hometown muffin. Baked treat made
Oh,
from
I'm
berries
Valerian? Oh,
and
lost
other
the accent
ingredients.
somewhere along the way, I guess.
So often eaten in regions such as Galar, it's beloved by a surprising number of Pokemon.
Doesn't love muffins.
Muffin's
Oh,
good.
Interesting.
I don't remember it tasting like shit.
Yeah, I guess the taste is, fine. It's just not the same as muffins from my hometown. Rather than being more moist and having this nice, delicate flavor to them. Sorry to waste your time after all the trouble you went to gather the ingredients for us. I'm afraid
I
these
feel like we've
mediocre
all been
muffins
there.
won't be able to get me in Evie's good books.
Bee.
Oh, what's the matter, Evie?
Why are you talking in 3 voices at once, Evie?
Do you want one? Well, I won't stop you. Here you go.
Here, take a shitty muffin.
Well, no wonder we didn't like it. We just accidentally made like like a pet food. Fucking. It's not fit for human consumption.
You like it that much? Oh, that's great. I'm so glad.
The V.
Bee.
You want another? That's wise. Too many snacks to give you a bellyache.
E.
If I had voice mod running, you know exactly what I'd be doing.
E.
Oh, no,
E.
this is that cute little face. I'll spoil you rotten if I'm not careful. Yes, I will.
Oh.
Fresh Prince E.
Thanks to you. Seems Eve and I'll get on just fine. More than fine, even. I'm in your debt. As for my new muffin creations, they're not quite the same as the ones from my hometown, so how about we call them Jumbo Life muffins instead?
Sounds great, man.
Thinking out just what to do to make them even tastier for my darling Evie, too. I've jotted down my ideas, so here, try make some yourself.
E.
Yay!
Mission complete.
Kate Moore. Evie.
Eevee is just baby.
Just a little guy.
Baby.
Right. So I need to show Barra the next entry. That's somewhere else. Ooh, looking creative.
Oh.
Oh.
I forgot that that's how this song starts.
I'll have to give that a look later.
Yeah.
Just, God, it's so good. I thought when I first saw the head clonked over sprite for my little guy, I thought that was gonna be like an oops thing, but then I was like, wait, no, Pico doesn't get an oops thing because they're not the player character. So I'm seeing that as the down animation that they make is really good. Oh my god. Also hearing the low, like the lower pitch growl, it's very good.
Welcome back.
Mushback!
Hello.
Mushback!
Who's Barra? Oh.
I think it was you.
Oh. Seems you've learned a thing or two about Roselia. That didn't take as long as I'd expected. Let's have a look then. What? Roselia's poisonous? But it looks so fragile and innocent. I can't believe it. Well, in any case, I was able to learn a lot about Roselia thanks to you. Please accept these little rewards from a grateful Roselia fan.
Roselia fan.
Yay. Satchel's over there.
Oh, I thought that said Gape Jaw Bong for a second.
Mm.
There's a request over here as well.
Hey, you
All right.
there. You lend me a hand? I was on my way from the Marlins camp when this Alpha Baladon came after me. I got away, but I dropped a charm I was carrying. Now I can't find it anywhere. I've just got to have it back. If you find a charm lying in the swamp, could you bring it back to me?
John lost in the
Where's
swamp.
Patrick?
Whatever you say, Pat. I was about to say like Pat. What possessed me to shorten it to Pat? Whatever.
You saying Pat made me think I'd gotten his name wrong, because I don't know
No.
celebrities very well.
No, it is. It is just Pat being a shortened version for Patrick, but it's like there's a bit from Some Call Me John, or no, not Some Call Me Johnny. It was a Matt McMuscle's video on Sonic Chronicles, where Some Call
Sonic
Me Johnny
Chronic.
co-stars. Yeah, Sonic Chronic. But Some Call Me Johnny is in it, and at one point, he's just like, Matt is just like, sure thing, Jonathan, and then Johnny's just like, don't call me that. Like, just deadpan, which, first of all, is correct because his actual name is Juan, technically. Like, his legal name is Juan. So, like,
Oh, so that's why
John
only
and
some
then
call him
Johnny.
Johnny.
Exactly. That's the whole joke behind it. But then later in the episode, Johnny goes like, it refers to Matt as Matthew McMuscles, and he's just like, "Don't fucking push it," or something like that. It's really good.
You make muscles.
Matthew McMuscles.
Oh, it just points me back to you.
Legal name.
It is. I'm pretty sure it's just to the north, or it's in the Scarlet Bog or the.
He says it was by an alpha
spot.
hippodon, so it's probably
Yeah.
around.
If there's no landmarks to look for, there is a big ass hippo to look for.
Yeah.
It might be the one to the southwest. Now that we're looking at.
Let her look around a bit.
Yeah, this seems to be
Look.
where the stunkies
Skunks
are.
are. Yeah. Also, Well, I do value the time spent exploring. I feel like a giant hippo is something that's hard to miss. Or any hippos, really. And I'm pretty sure that there were no hippos in that particular swamp. Now there's hippos.
There it is. Oh, I see something glinting too.
It looked like a little like an LED on some kind of I don't know,
Oh,
like
geez,
a-
oh no. Hippo.
Oh, hippo! Fuck!
Point!
Ah!
Oh, fuck. That's gonna give him a bread ache in the morning.
Really funny.
Ow.
Do you have Prince Albert in a can? You do? Well, you better let the poor guy out. What?
Get him. Oh.
I believe you can catch it. Yeah, because if you couldn't catch it, you wouldn't be able to push the X button to switch to your items.
The difference between can catch and can be caught.
Easy.
I mean,
But you can catch it.
Yeah.
well, like if you're in an encounter that the game will not let you actually.
I know, I was
Try.
just
Pokemon.
I was joking about how it's going to be difficult because it's high level and large.
Yeah, I figured that's what you intended, but I was like, the syntax of that sentence means the same. Whatever. Anyway.
The Hippowdon can be caught, and you can catch the Hippowdon are two different sentences.
The operative word in that sentence being you can catch a Hippowdon.
Ah, you sure are something, thinking on a big angry Hippowdon like that. Wait, what's that lying over there?
How did. Whatever.
My charm. It's really you. Welcome back. It means a lot to me that you went toe-to-toe with that Hippowdon on my behalf. You better believe I won't be losing this charm again. Not after you went through all that trouble to find it. Get it back to me.
And then he drops it again.
Ah,
I don't actually
crap.
know if he does.
Ah, shit.
Ooh.
Oh my god. It woke up after you knocked it out and it's just like, hey, wait a fucking second.
Get out of here!
It's my shiny thing.
Ish. Okay.
So, I've been complaining since forever that I've never encountered a shiny Pokemon.
Did
Yeah.
you find one?
The streak is broken.
Nice.
What is it?
It's a Drifloon.
Oh,
Oh.
shiny Drifloon's cute.
Is big yellow boy. Or
Yeah.
little.
Yellow.
What was everyone's
round.
very first shiny?
Oddish. Way back in
mine-
the original Sapphire, back in the day.
So mine is kind of a weird story. I always conflate my first shiny with being Zubat, but I think that was just my first experience seeing a shiny Pokemon, which was, well, technically I can dial that back even further, because in the Pokemon 10th Anniversary Handbook, where they had all the stats and everything of every Pokemon up to Generation 3, there was a poster, like big artwork on the inner cover of an encounter with a shiny Charizard, and I was like, that looks super cool. And then in the guidebook for Diamond and Pearl, there's a page dedicated to talking about shiny Pokemon, and the example they use is Zubat. So I knew that shiny Zubat was green, and so I always kind of conflate shiny Zubat with my first shiny Pokemon, and I certainly encountered enough of them that that's a reasonable thing to assume, but I don't actually remember very clearly if it was, but I distinctly remember catching a shiny Graveler, and I was like, oh, they're like this nice golden brown color. And I was like, oh, I'll name them Goldum, like it's a portmanteau of gold and golem, and I traded it to evolve them, which means I could no longer change the nickname, and I saw what their shiny looked like, and I was incredibly disappointed.
Even if you're the original trainer, you can't change the nickname once
Nope.
you traded?
Not until more recent generations.
That's weird.
Oh yeah, no, believe me, it annoyed me to no end.
My very first was a Mareep in Black 2.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah. The first one I ever saw was an Electrode, and it used self-destruct.
Oh, no.
Of course.
Oh no.
Why wouldn't it? That's just the way that the world works. It's cruel and unfair.
Yeah, I saw a shiny Graveler out in the wild in Pokemon
Oh
X.
no! Oh no!
I spent like the entire bus trip to college agonizing over whether I should use Quick Ball or just throw my Master Ball at it, because you know it's gonna explode. I used the Master Ball. It had explosion.
Ooh.
I commend you on your successful research of the Pokemon living in the Crimson Mirelands. Our next order is to begin the survey of the Cobalt Coastlands. I'll let you know in advance. There are no Pokemon nobles in the Cobalt Coastlands.
That's kind of a weirdly out of pattern thing.
Allow me to
We're
explain.
about to explain why it was out of pattern. Why it's significant. Pay attention. Come on, kid.
We did
just-
have a lord
I'm
in the
just-
coastlands until a few years ago. A tragedy took him from us.
Oh, sorry. I guess that was a little insensitive. Sorry.
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was on.
Now we've had reports of people seeing strange shadowy figures on the island the Lord used to call his home.
This could not possibly mean anything.
We have also received word from both the Security Corps and Supply Corps. It seems some of the members were attacked by a ghost while out gathering materials around Firespit Island.
This could not possibly be significant.
These are serious concerns, and moreover, my clan just can't tolerate this desecration of our late lord's seat. Normally, I'd entrust this to our warden in the coastlands, but her situation is complicated.
I trust my intentions are clear by now. I hereby order you to investigate these reports.
Lordless Island.
I'll meet you in the Cobalt Coastlands. I do love it there. It's a beautiful area.
Get to hang out with Irida the whole time. I love Irida.
And I know this must be a bewildering situation to be dropped into. I'm sorry, Skyla.
It's okay, girl.
Kind of got dropped into everything going on in here,
Yeah.
literally.
We got dropped. Rim shot. No.
Think nothing of it. Skyla is a talented and hardworking member of the Galaxy team. I'm sure she will sort things out.
Indeed, Skyla quelled the Lord of the Woods. I've seen both her strength and her kindness firsthand.
next area for you to investigate will be the Cobalt Coastland. It is farther afield than the Crimson Mirelands, much farther, and the path is long and trying. With your current rank, you should be capable of braving the Cobalt Coastlands. You know your mission. Investigate Fire Spit Island. So is it Fire Spit or Fire's Pit?
I think it's
Fire
fire
spit.
spit.
Well, it is a volcano.
Yeah, literally spitting hot fire.
So that could apply to both still.
It's a pit of fire.
But I think if it was fire's pit, it would be two different words.
Fire spit just sounds cooler.
If it isn't Skylar, I get to do more of this voice.
I love Leon. He's so cute.
Short
Oh,
case.
he's
so
just
tiny.
a little guy.
Man,
He's
look.
He's like 6.
Leanne shows up to the place where you live. Fancy meeting you here. I suppose it's to be expected that I'd run into you in the village. Where are you going to study the Pokemon next? Oh, the Cobalt Coastlands. Palina's certainly in a bit of a situation over there. She's a warden, and yet she has no noble to see to. There are even some people in the Pearl Clan that speak ill of her, although not to her face. Oh, but do forgive me. Perhaps I shouldn't be airing dirty laundry. A piece of advice, then. As an apology for wasting your time.
Okay, man. It's okay.
Some Pokemon are strongly affected by certain stones, which hold mysterious power. With the right stone, you can evolve some Pokemon. You need look no further than Cleavor for proof of that. What I'm trying to say is basically this. If you and the Survey Corps want to learn all there is to know about the Pokemon of this region, and the stones you find throughout Hisui will be very important. There's even a tale of a stone that contains the power of creation. The very same power Almighty Sinnoh used to create the universe. I trust you'll take my advice to heart and not underestimate how important stones can be. To help grind this fact into you, here, I'll give you some rather handy stones and things I found.
Oh boy, rocks.
Rocks.
Strange
Maybe we can
spelling.
hang out sometime. I can show you my rock collection.
It can only be used if effort level is at least level 6 and no greater than level 8.
Mm-hmm.
It's the
Yeah.
third tier of grit stuff. Yeah, this and gravel's the second tier. And should you want some stones that can help Pokemon evolve, I believe the Ginkgo Guild has them from time to time.
Every time the grit stuff comes up, I always think about the Bloodstones from Bloodborne. It's the exact same mechanic. You get one that works for the first 3 levels, and then another set for the next 3.
And so on and so forth.
Until the very last one where you just use a rock.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh, Pog!
This is pretty pog.
I do like this area a lot.
So pretty.
I'm not sure where my
Yeah.
favorite place in this game is.
Ah, the Cobalt Ghostlands. A simply lovely corner of Hisui. Sea and sky as far as the eye can see. What kinds of Pokemon await us here, I wonder? Water types? Or flying types, perhaps? Oh, I simply can't wait to study them all. Now, I'm sure you're just as excited as I am to research this area's Pokemon, but let's not forget that you've a mission to accomplish. So, any questions before we get started?
Hey, nice camera.
yeah, fire spit.
Indeed. Firespit Island is an offshore volcano. You'll need to cross the sea to reach it. advise you to speak to a fellow called Iskan. He's one of the Diamond Clan's wardens, and will surely help you find your way.
I love Iskin.
He's a type, alright.
He's so.
Yeah, he is.
He's so that.
Go ahead and just put stuff away. A bunch of XP candy you should use.
Do we have anyone close to evolving?
I don't know.
You could store. What you could do is you could store a bunch of your crafting materials, and
Wait,
then
when the hell does Psyduck evolve? I thought it was sooner than that.
Like, what level is it?
36, I think,
Yeah,
Really?
something like that.
Wow, it takes that
or
long?
even or even just 32.
It's not
I
far,
hesitated
but-
for a
33, apparently.
Okay, yeah. I guess I highballed it for 36 because that's the latest level that your starter evolves at.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say you could store your crafting materials like the stones, and then just put away the elemental stones if you don't have anything you're gonna use them on right now. Because if
Right,
you
yeah.
don't, then you might lose them when you die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put these
When,
away.
not if, you die.
Smart idea.
Yeah, and if you want to craft
If.
some stuff without you can craft stuff from the workbench without taking them out of your item box.
Yeah.
Nice little shortcut.
Orbs.
Here, Breadache, have this candy. Deborb.
Da-da-da-dum.
Deborb is pretty close to evolving too, I think.
Oh.
It's Is Dartrix
Oh, come
one of
on.
the starters that evolves a little early? I know there's a few of
think-
those.
But after like Gen 5 or so, they're all standardized.
Mm.
Yeah, no, all the starters.
It actually evolves at level 34, so yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
never mind.
every starter Pokemon, I don't remember what exact level it is when they evolve to their mid form, but I know that they evolve either at level 32, 34, or 36 for their third form, and it varies. Breadache.
It's always weird when they don't evolve at 36.
Mm,
Feels wrong.
yeah.
Nice.
We should put the Borb up front.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of water types here, and it's close to evolving.
Yeah. Smack them around a little bit.
That maybe means
Yeah.
next to nothing.
Just beat them up with
Grow up.
leafage. Hi, Irida. You and your weird ribbon or whatever that is. I love how they put so much prominence on these flutes and then did not bother to make an actual model for them. They're just tubes.
What's a flute that's up a tube?
I mean, there's like no holes or anything. It's just a cylinder, like some
They're all on the underside. You can't
like
see
a
'em.
wrapping paper.
I do love the flute. It feels as if its tones carry to the very ends of space.
Irita's gonna kick your ass, Quark, if she hears you talking shit about her flute.
I'm sorry, girl.
But I am here, and so are you. So now, I'm going to focus everything I have on battling you.
Okay.
Well, I'm game.
Very good. You who have seen the vast space beyond the rift. Here I come.
Fight!
Oh,
Hang on, let me get in my stance. I forgot about this battle, by the way. Sorry, I told you to put
Maybe Devorb should not be here. Oh, goodbye, Devorb. Thanks for the great advice, Quark.
I wonder if the amount of time elapsed is less than a minute, so that I can fit that into exactly one clip of just
Not with all that
set up
dialogue.
punchline. That was fucking perfect.
I'm gonna go back and highlight it later.
The moment the experience dies instantly.
That reminds me. I kept meaning to go back and
Oh my god,
highlight.
there's so many water types in the Crimson in the coastland. Let's just
No, to be fair, that memory is very accurate. Like now is a good time for Devorb to be accurate or to be out, and I probably would have given the same advice. I also didn't remember this fight was coming, but I couldn't exactly say that was a bad idea. Just gonna go hang out with Rita.
Hey,
It was a dick move sending out Glaceon first.
hold on.
Not even watching.
getting all up in her
Look,
face.
we're looking at the more important thing.
Rendering battle is so silly. I love it.
It's like with wild Pokemon, it's like you're trying to get around the landscape or whatever. But when it's with just trainers, it's so funny.
Now I feel better. The world is vast, and I am small within it.
That makes you feel better.
True. I understand. I understand. It's like that feeling of insignificance can be kind of comforting.
A little
Yes,
dose
yeah.
of perspective.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Allow me to heal your Pokemon. Sorry about your owl. All right. With you, I think with you I can be frank.
I thought you were being
Hey,
irritated.
Frank.
Thank you.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
I can't afford to look weak in front of the Diamond Clan's leader or your commander, but in truth,
I can be weak in front of you.
I sometimes wonder how I've ended up with the burdens I bear. You see, we have a warden in the coastlands, a lovely woman named Palina. But she tends no lord or lady, and she will not raise a successor to fill the late lord's empty seat either. Some people have started to question her worthiness to be a warden at all. But Lena, that is to say Palina, she's very dear to me, no matter what anyone might say. We were both in the running to become leader of the Pearl Clan. We strove to surpass one another, but she taught me a great deal too. Having said all this, I have a favor to ask of you. Please, help her raise the Pokemon she looks after into a true heir to his father, the late Lord. With the help of your strength, I think our late Lord's heir would grow into a worthy successor. And if he succeeds, it should silence Lena's naysayers. I don't know of anyone I'd trust more to help with this than the person who helped the Pearl Clan by quelling Cleavor's frenzy. You'll be able to find Lena up on the headland. Head down this hill and turn left. You should find a slope leading up onto the ridge. I love this area.
It's very good.
Kitty cat.
Every single cat Pokemon is so good.
Attitude.
Cat! I'm a kitty cat. I glad meow and I glad meow.
Alright, I had a really dumb idea after that cutscene. When they specifically mentioned how the late Lord and all that is just like, what if Deborb, because like we changed Deborb's name from Borb to Deborb when it evolved. What if we changed it again to something edgy after
The big
after
Borb.
yeah, after its like crippling defeat at the hand of Glaceon, it's like I have changed once more. Just has this
Ice
random
Cube.
grudge. Ice Cube.
Sorry. I'm sorry I fucking killed the board.
I'm the Batman. After bats killed my
Board
parents.
man.
I
So
roll.
fucking round.
Orb.
Miracle!
The Drake and Josh thing.
Miracle!
Yeah, but just sentence mixes so it's Phil. I have
how they
Adobe
roll
Audition
around.
open right now. I could very easily make that edit,
Oh,
like as we speak.
what?
So fucking round. Spiel has a really cute shiny. Oh hey, there's 2 more right there. And you can get those 3 pop pods for what's his name?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
bok choy or whatever.
The guy who's really mad at Choi.
There we go.
Well, new.
Oh. Yo. Whoa.
Something out there.
Oh
Oh!
yeah, for whatever reason, Spiel has a really hard time making it around corners and
Oh
stuff. I've
god,
seen it,
that Alpha Drapion.
Uh-oh.
I've seen it roll directly into the branches of a tree. It looks great.
Be so cute.
It's just spherical.
I really wish Drapion kept Skorupi's bug typing.
Oh, I misheard whatever you're saying, but yeah, no, Skorupi's good. The thing
I
about
love Skorupi. Skorupi's so spherical.
yeah, it just rolls up into a ball. But you know, I Drapion is I also like Drapion, but and its typing is really good, like from a practical standpoint.
Yeah.
And like there's a reason that it's still used on Aaron's team in Diamond and Pearl and stuff. It's like it's a bug. Like the only thing that makes it not a bug is
Yeah.
the bug typing. It evolves from a bug. It still gets a bunch of bug moves. The only reason that it changes to Poison Dark is because it like fucking crunch with with Drapion is fucking scary. It is so goddamn confused right now. It's like, what the fuck keeps happening? Runs away, gets hit by the ball again, sent to the ball dimension. What the fuck?
Damn it.
He's angry. Oh god, here we go. Oh, I love the way they walk. Their little legs.
Come on, Deborb.
You know, maybe this isn't as great a place to level up the Borb as I remember.
I mean, there's feel.
Yeah, there's a lot of steel. I might be thinking like in the water Pokemon.
Yeah, because those are gonna be all water type.
Yeah.
It'd be a little weird if they weren't.
What? Stunfisk? What are you doing here?
Yeah,
I love
this Pokemon that is
Stunfisk. I
exclusively found
fucking
in
love
mud.
Stunfisk.
And what's at the bottom of the ocean? Mud.
True enough.
There's water at the bottom of the ocean.
The Stunfisk, and it goes up. I think that days go by. I don't want-
Is that a tangle over there? What is that?
It is
Tangle
is.
spotted.
Little guy.
See moss.
There's. Oh, Mothim!
What's
I
his
like Mothim. It's
What?
cute.
Oh, hello.
bird.
Mothim's a bird. Get a load of that bird. Oh, it just dive bombed you.
Ow!
Wow, okay.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, the Borb is so close to leveling up.
Come on.
Oh, it did. I didn't even notice. Cool. We should be able to evolve it now.
Hang on. Hang on. Did they change what level the Borb evolves at? Yeah.
Did they? Huh?
That's weird. Okay.
Hang
That's a
on.
weirdly specific thing to change.
Let me look at Dartrix.
You might have like misread. or,
Yeah,
like,
it,
thought
it
was-
evolves at 36 in Hisui. That's odd.
Oh, maybe you just had like a Freudian slip where you said 34 but meant 36.
No, I
you
said
specifically
34
in
because-
Hisui. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Okay.
It has a
So it-
different level up for some
Yeah.
reason.
No. Okay. My brain focused on the first part of your sentence before it processed the latter half of your sentence.
Yeah,
so
no, that is weird. I can't think of any other regional forms that have a different level up.
I think they might have changed it because. Actually, no. I was gonna say maybe they changed it for balance reasons because it was made before they started to standardize the levels so that they're closer together. But no, Dartrix is from Generation 7, so if they're gonna be doing balancing, like there's like that's not hard.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just getting all sorts of things wrong about this stupid.
Don't you worry, we're all wrong.
I didn't think they'd change the level that it evolves at.
Yeah.
I don't think they've done that for any other regional variant.
Angela's so baby.
Very cute.
Oh,
It's the
You don't see me.
ball.
I'm not here.
No! He's getting all up in your face.
Slowly approaching Tangela.
Nice. Nice. Perfect.
Excuse me. Oh God, my throat.
Bean.
Hell yeah. Drapion is so scary in the background.
Raytheon is very intimidating considering that its arms are attached to the sides of its head. Like that's such like if you think about it for more than a couple seconds, it's like holy fuck, that's really stupid. But then you get attacked by it and you're like shit. God, they're fucking scary. Because the
Just goofy enough to be a good Pokemon.
plus on top of that, fucking the fact that like the poison dark typing, meaning they only have a weakness to ground, which is a weirdly specific thing that you might not immediately associate it with it on sight. Is I don't know,
Yeah.
it's fun. It's
Whoa!
I tend to forget. Oh Jesus! Hi.
Top of ya.
I tend to forget it has a weakness to ground because in my head I always think of it as being part bug type.
Yeah, because Skorupi is.
Yeah, and bug resists ground, so I'm like, oh, it takes neutral damage. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, even after the addition of Fairy,
Still-
Drapion and Skuntank still only have one weakness each.
And a
I would
lower
argue that it is probably one of the best Pokemon type combinations in general.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The only problem being that ground is like a super common attacking type, but hey, don't have any other weaknesses.
Yeah, and before this generation, it was always an option to have like an air balloon or something.
Whoa!
One. Now, it's Drapion in a water 3 acre.
What? What?
Good question.
Yeah, it's got bug and water 3.
You scorpions, well known
Water
for living in water.
Water 3 is a lot of crustaceans and arthropods. And
yeah,
Archeops. Archeops. Archeops.
Why Arceus?
I don't know!
It's not even close. It's like a fucking bird.
It's a bird! Why is it Water 3?
Wait, Arkin isn't in it, but Archeops is?
Well, they both are. The whole line's always in the same acre.
Oh.
Except for baby Pokemon.
Well, they don't. They're not in any acre. I guess yeah.
Archeops.
Okay, so every fossil Pokemon except the Gen 4 and Gen 8 ones are in Water 3.
Sure, okay, why not?
Oh. Pyra
Well-
and Tyrantium aren't.
Yeah, I said 4, I meant 6.
Oh.
Oh.
The
Wait.
Gen 4 ones also aren't.
Okay, so I was just flat out wrong then. Okay, fine.
Magnemite.
Hey.
Magnemite!
Magnemite's so cute. I like its big eye.
Oh,
Whoa!
Mirror shot.
They are also really fun to draw because they're not hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Back in high school, I used to have
oh, Magneton.
books filled with just Magnemites doing funny things.
I had a Magnemite Burger King toy with the little top thing.
Oh, me
That's
too. With 2 of those.
Nice.
We're in a good position.
Nice.
Nice. Da-da-da. Oh god, Carnivine. No.
No.
Well, Ferris beard.
The way Kadabra just floats menacingly towards you.
Yeah.
Ooh, Protector. That's nice.
Ooh.
Mime
That's one of
time.
the Pokeballs.
Mime time.
Mr. Mime.
Snooze.
I love that it's called Mr. Mime, even though there's girls. Like the way you refer to a strange dog as a guy.
Fair enough.
Get a load of that dog.
Get a load of that dog!
Yikes. Turned Ember.
They can fire now.
Ah, if only we had abilities. And I'm gonna be like, hey, isn't that good? Flareon absorbs fire attacks. No.
Off. Oh no, Chili way! One on the board. Wait, no, I need to. But I forgot that you don't select the move, then select target.
Yeah. I think that's the one thing I really dislike about the multiple Pokemon battles in this, is that you can't select what target you want.
You can.
Yeah.
Ah, there's the Ember. That's why I wanted to attack that guy first.
Yeah, you can change the target by pressing CL.
You can? Oh,
Yeah.
I've never seen anyone do it, so...
You can do that with any encounter with multiple Pokemon, and it's mostly so that if there's a Pokemon you want to catch immediately, you can just, do that. Just kind
Don't
of
worry about things around it.
There we go. No. Bonk. Ooh!
Oh,
Uh-oh.
This seems like it's not super great.
Yeah.
I've seen better situations to be in.
I just wanted to go after the Magneton, and then they just appeared as I threw the ball.
teleports in front of you.
Nothing personnel kit.
Got no again! Hence the ball was flying.
took the bullet.
Man.
Get down, Mr. President!
They do not want you catching a Magnum. Ooh, ice stone. Nice. I'm so glad that the ice stone exists.
You stay out after me. Oh, hello. You stuck. I'm not here. Okay, fine. Okay.
Okay, now you got just the Magnemite. Now quit it, Flare Blitz.
Ah, bollocks.
Whoops. Finally got one on their own.
Calm down.
Again!
Oh!
Cut that one to the wire.
Eevee.
Boy.
Whoop! Ow! Just wrong button. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Eevee.
You handle these two together.
You want both of these?
Yes.
I'll take 2.
How many evolutions do we have?
I think just 2.
No, you got 3. Ginger, the Umbreon, Chili Flake, the Flareon, and then I gave you Basil, the Leafeon.
Right, yes.
Basil. That's a cute name for it.
I thought so too. It was one of the main reasons I did it.
Okay, now Flare
Alright.
Blitz. No.
I don't have Flare Blitz.
Ah, why not?
Fire Blast that.
Chili Flake is
Yikes.
taking a lot of abuse.
Yeah. Magnemite needs to stop.
You'll run out of flash cannon eventually.
Well,
Hi, biscuits.
getting bored.
Ow!
Come on. No. Oh.
Oh no.
Is it worth it?
Yes. For the decks.
Ah. Damn it.
Oh.
Fucking
Steps on that.
Magnemite.
Swap. Ah.
This is going well.
Just getting the roll for this.
Hey, Gomez. Welcome
Yeah,
back.
okay.
Also, yeah,
That
Gomez has
mess
been
is
back
like-
for a little bit. I haven't had it.
That's all.
Oh. Sorry, I don't notice things.
We spent the entire time in the distortion. Normally, I just fucking flee after I get what I'm looking for. It's like, I'm out, can't do this. But it took so goddamn long to get the fucking Magnemite.
What?
We're
What did-
decently close to the base camp now. Why don't we just go there and heal?
What is... Oh, you can see
Oh God!
The Rupee are also very aggressive.
me. Which way was the base camp?
Oh, whoops.
Oh, YouTube? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Forgot that Plus doesn't pause the game again, and put my Switch down and watch the stream for a while. Then I got murdered by...
How does this keep happening to you?
That's not super... You know, I'm used to hitting plus to pause games.
Come on. No, come on.
It jumps. Like, oh, what was that?
Oh, food. Nice. Ah.
Been shot! Oh God!
Oh. No?
Spotted.
Not spotted.
Unspotted.
Ah, look at that, an orange.
What was that noise?
I sure hope I don't get tried to caught in a ball again. Oh boy, another Oranberry. Hope no one throws a ball at me.
I've never seen alpha Pokemon this susceptible to the same strat.
You found the cheese.
Come on. Oh, he finally noticed. He finally noticed.
You mind all this? I swear I'm gonna get you and I'm gonna get my hands on you all. Where'd she go?
The Scroopy.
Ed, she's over here. Who?
Oh, no! I found you!
Fucking the most. Oh my god.
Oh.
really cranky.
I think you.
Ooh.
I mean, do you blame him?
No. Coming back for more.
It's gonna work eventually. Ah!
Oh man.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, this is incredibly stupid.
I don't.
Ooh, that one's very.
One of these days.
No?
I think you gotta lead a trail to it, like the Skorupi comes shooting in.
Clear the way.
Little legs.
I have something of an idea. See if this works. Yeah, let's not fight from behind.
I love its little legs.
Giant body, tiny legs.
Alright now.
I have a big head and tiny legs.
Tiny arms.
Just not sure how well this plan was thought through.
Bastard.
Come on.
A lot of people remember the bit with the T-Rex, and I mostly remember it because it's in the trailers. But the fact of the matter is that the trailers can't show you the setup for said joke, where he tries doing the same thing to like one of the dancing frogs, and the frog is like, I have big legs and tiny arms. I'm not sure how well this plan was thought out, Master. And then there's like a long pause
It's a very good running gag.
as the bowler man is just freaking out on the other end of the radio, and then he's just like, Master. Very deadpan. It's very funny.
Good movie. I should watch that again. It's been a while.
Movie night.
I watched it once and I didn't really enjoy it at the time, but thinking back on it, I kind of want to watch it again now.
What is with the 2000s and having a bunch of movies where it's just like, man, this is so middling, and then years later everyone's just like, wow, we were sleeping on this.
Hoodwink movie night.
Oh my god. Genuinely.
Is that thing even in catchable level range?
Sure.
I'm not sure if there is a catchable level range. I used to think there was, and then they caught a level. JNS caught that level 47 low punny in their first time out.
Look, they went out MILF hunting. They weren't gonna come back empty-handed.
God.
Why are you trying to
There was
count that
a
one?
wisp.
Yeah.
We's
Oh, there's another one up there. Come on. Come on.
Your one a lot easier than the drain.
Maybe.
Is there a difference?
It's the very tip of the tail that is slightly different,
Oh,
like the patterning on it.
It's shaped like hearts.
that's cute.
Yeah.
Splendiferous results.
Splendiferous!
What happened there?
I have no idea.
What the fuck?
I tried to do a funny and just spiraled into something.
Um. Tell what's down there. You'll turn in my outfit. You've earned yourself a star.
You got a star.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. Don't even need to pay 20 coins for it.
Wing balls. Oh, so they're like great balls, but for the feather balls.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. What's this one? There's a request over here. Back alley, Mr. Mime.
Wow.
It seems that Mr. Mime has taken
Oh.
up residence here in Jupiter.
Oh,
Its
this is a
airy
fun
movements-
one.
Its airy movements are making Andrew, one of the villagers, a touch nervous. Speak to the poor chap and lend him your aid. There are no other requests. Christ. Shift it over a bit.
Fucking bagging.
Oh, they're going up
More
in
like
2000s
douchebag,
now. Sure.
Fucking guy just gouges you.
Just got it in.
Oh, hello. Thanks again for finding me those orange berries. I had a wretched time in the Fieldlands getting harried by Pokemon left and right. They even got me with a few of their moves. But I did get those Tumblestones, so I think I've earned some time to cool my heels here. Didn't even have a chance to use all the orange berries you got me, but they made a lovely snack. It's nice to be able to carry so much. Asking that fellow at headquarters to help me fit more in my satchel was
You're
definitely the right
falling
move.
for it.
So, helpful soul that you are, I suppose you're here about my request to the professor. On to the matter at hand, then. Would you mind investigating the Mr. Mime that's taken up residence here in the village? Just having a wild Pokemon around us is scary enough. And then there's the eerie way it moves.
You don't need to be mean to it.
Security Corps refused to handle it for whatever reason. I'm hoping a security... I'm hoping a Survey Corps person like you can help me out. Look, it's over there. See what it's up to,
hanging
would
out.
you?
It's fine.
It's my time.
Mime time.
Mime time.
Hey, what's Mr. Mime famous for?
Mm.
Ah, not quite.
Spotted. I love the cartoon.
He ran off that way! He wouldn't run unless it had something to hide. Now we've really got to find out what it's up to.
I think you're being a little hard on this.
Never! Look, the Mr. Mime ran right up there.
Alright, this took a little longer than I intended.
Box thing.
Oh my god, Clue.
I tried. Although I opened up YouTube Studio to upload that, and when doing that, I also found the fucking. God damn it! I was literally just looking at it. How could I already forget what it was?
I'm gonna need to be right back.
Oh yeah, it was the. I made a YouTube upload of a video where I was just testing out alerts on the layout, and the image I had to put behind the layout was that of a Doug spaghettifying Link.
It's such a good image.
And it's still
Spheal! 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 You know, you've got a roundabout way of trying to get up close to Pokemon. Are you secretly scared of them or something?
I like that. I like that a bit.
What? You're joking! Unless that Mr. Mime is using some kind of mysterious power. Whatever the case, this calls for further research.
I've got to get after that Mr. Mime. Come quick!
Wait.
There you are. Look, Mr. Mime's over there. Go see if it's really making walls. Hmm.
Oh.
It's trying to run again! Wait, you! Well, I can't go any further. There's definitely something here I can't see. There's something here I cannot see. What does it mean? What does it mean?
What is it, Mr. Mime? Looks like something's got you in a panic.
What, Res? You know this, Mr. Mime?
Yep, it helps me guard the gate sometimes. When it stands out in front and does that eerie dance, wild Pokemon can't get in. It's like there's some kind of invisible wall. It's docile and it helps me with my job, so I just let it do as it pleases.
Who would have thought? Sorry to make you go to all that trouble, but it brought me some peace of mind, if nothing else. If we've got invisible walls cropping up here and there, folks had better keep an eye out to see the walls that you can't see. That maybe not an eye, but however one watches out for invisible obstacles.
Aw, that's cute. Also, Ress is one of the only members of the security corps that doesn't have the Patrick Warburton voice. Because
And now
I
he just
respect
stays there the entire rest of the game.
Yep. He's just vibing.
Jesus. 4 hours!
Oh!
I
Yeah,
blinked.
we've been here a while. It's midnight for you, isn't it?
Yeah. So why did I close that to see what time it is? I have it up in the corner of my screen. Let's try in some. This one. That's max I had. Building.
You got your springy tail. Oh no, Quark's not here. Gee.
I wasn't here for this scene. I don't know who's this guy. There's a Quark, I'm assuming.
Yeah, Quark was.
Yeah. Yes, that's it. Just as I remember. Elegant sway of its tail. Charming spiral shape.
Spiraling
enchanting way
shape
it
will
bobs
make
around like a
you
leaf in the wind.
insane. Do you like to see that groovy thing?
Simply remarkable.
Well,
Oh, still meows adorable as well. Have you gotten attached to me there, kitty? Oh, dilemma. Pokemon are scared of it. Maybe this Lilligant and I'll get along just.
Yoink!
Oh, the darn thing scratched me!
I mean, I'll be like that.
One of my favorite parts of this quest is that if you bring him a Glameow, he's like, "Wow! Well, this thing's definitely looks like it, but it's so
Perugly, you mean.
fat." Or Perugly. Fuck. God damn it. Whatever. And he's just like, "Wow, it's so big," and he's just and he's just like, "No, it's definitely related to it, and it's definitely got that curly tail, but it's not quite the same thing," or something like that. And now it makes me wonder what bringing him an Alpha Glameow or Perugly has him do,
Oh.
and I kind of want to see that.
Guess I got a little carried away there. Thanks for showing me your Glameow anyway.
Let's see the big weasel in the background.
It's just poking.
It's like an Alpha Weasel.
Its tail at least is a joy to see. One day, when I find the Pokemon with the perfect tail for me, I'd like to become fast friends with it. Just like you and your partner, Pokemon.
Alright.
The spiraling shape will make you go insane. You can't do the backup vocals at the same time, but pretend I just went, "Everyone wants to see that groovy thing." It's a good song. It's a very good song. It really threw me for a loop because I found that song through the fucking JoJo Part 5, but really fast. So I expected there to be some kind of connection. Sorry, what was that, Dragon?
I was just doing the line, the JoJo
Oh, okay.
thing.
I thought it was. I thought you were saying like, is that what that? Was? I don't know. Like, I thought it sounded like a question. That, well, it was a question, but
It was
whatever.
a question.
Yeah, but so, but like the way that they enunciate it in the video, and like in Pulpo's stand has like absolutely nothing to do with the song, or like even like the remote stand thing, like having the whatever. Anyway, Mush, this is you.
Oh, if it isn't the Survey Corps recruit who quelled the Lady of the Ridge, what can I do for you? You're running errands for Choi again? Sending a customer to negotiate for him once was bad enough, but twice? Where's his spine?
Maybe if you backed the fuck off, he wouldn't be so scared of you.
Pestering me for goods when I'm already tearing my hair out trying to get Pop Pods. Sheesh! Wait, you've got Pop Pods? Would you let me have some? Please, just 3.
Sure.
No.
No. go
Fuck
get
you,
them
old
yourself,
man.
dick.
Ah, Pop Pods, the Cobalt Coastland's finest feature. You'll often find these fine sea vegetables washed ashore. They're best known as a key ingredient in scatterbangs, those lively items for scaring off Pokemon.
Pop Pods are also
Alright.
called nature's balloons.
Alright, I won't send you back to Choi a failure, since you kindly brought me these Pop Pods. Tell him I'll set him up with some new wares.
Okay.
We've got new goods in stock, thanks to you. I know it has caused you some bother. I do hope he and I can thaw things out at last. Thanks to you, we've got excellent new items on our shelves. Do buy some.
I hate to break it to you, Choi, but there's still more of the map to explore, which means that I'm probably gonna have to do at least one more of these.
So
It's
what's
yours, my
new?
friend, as long as you've got enough rupees.
Scatterbang.
It's yours, my friend, as long as you've got enough rubies.
Looks like the adrenaline orbs.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Except old style.
Yeah. Shiny hunting.
Ah, yes.
Well, I've been going for quite a while actually.
Yeah.
I gotta get some stuff done myself.
I need to eat something.
Me too.
Go
One
get
of the
some
things I need to
food.
get done.
Yeah. Seems like a
This was,
good place to
this
stop.
was really fun.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Good video game.
Pokemon good.
That is good.
Good game.
There's plenty of room to fuck around and do side quests because there's only one specific area that you need to be in for story progress, and you don't have to go there.
Yeah. I do just want to show off one last thing about this model before we go.
Oh.
I have
Legs.
legs.
Legs!
Legs! You can
Oh,
walk
she's
now.
got
That's
legs.
exciting.
She leggy.
Legs.
I don't know how clearly this is showing up on stream. Yep, there you
I'm
are.
floating.
You're powerful.
Power stance.
You see that when she's going into her next boss phase.
Alright.
I'm gonna check my follow list and see if there's anyone. Unless you had someone in mind.
Me too. Um.
Nobody
Space
I follow is live.
Embalmer. Space Embalmer is playing Fire Emblem Three Houses. King Crabmaster's playing Stardew Valley.
Chrono Cross based.
Who do we want to raid?
Oh, good question.
Oh Jesus Christ! I dropped so many frames.
Ooh.
Mm.
Oh
Ugh.
my goodness. Oh, okay. It looks like it's more
That's-
than it is. That's 2% of the whole stream.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, or at the end of the day, I guess that is 2% of 4 hours is more than whatever. It's not as bad as it could have been. All right.
No one complained, so we're fine.
Let's visit Space Embalmer.
Yeah.
They're playing Throuses, but they're very familiar with Pokemons.
Mm.
I think we raided them a while back when they were playing Pokemon Coliseum. It was.
Yeah.
Space Elmer.
Space Elmer's glue.
Mm.
All right.
It's been fun.
This has been very fun, but I'm very hungry.
Thanks for hanging.
See ya!
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Good stream.
Good stuff.
Okay, hit the
Yeah.
stop streaming button.
That was
No.
fun.